Hi, everybody. Hello. Welcome to the... Oh, am I in the right channel? Yes, I am. Welcome to Ain't Got Crit and the TTRPG Collective. We are playing Vaesen, or Vaesen, or whatever you'd like. Just don't call it late for dinner. Ciao. We've got an amazing group of players today, and I'm going to have everybody introduce themselves while I finish reading the rules, because your boy did it like 5 minutes ago. So everybody introduce yourselves, tell us who you are, who you're playing, where you're from, your likes and dislikes, and everything else. And we'll start with Chris.
We're going to start with me? Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, everybody. I'm Chris. I'm also Lord of Hot Dog in the TTRPG Collective. And you can catch me on Threads and Instagram at Tin to My Flames. I play in a lot of different games. I also just finished the Playodics Extra Life charity stream. I'm doing a terrible job at this.
No, me too. You're doing great.
Do you want me to plug the TTRPG Collective? You want to do that?
I mean, I could do that too, but I would actually plug the Playodic Games and how much money y'all raised.
Oh, Playodic Games actually did I think it was a 58-hour stream over the weekend, Friday through Sunday. Their goal was $1,500 to raise for Extra Life for Kids, and they accomplished that goal and then some. They raised $4,000 over the weekend.
Woo-hoo!
And it was an incredible session. There were so many one-shots, so many incredible players. I got to meet a lot of awesome people, and I look forward to playing with them again.
That is amazing.
Anyways.
Who are you playing tonight?
I will be playing Laszlo Moriarty, the investigator and shadow maker of the group.
I love it. And we will move over to Emma.
Hello, friends. My name is Emma. I am the founder and creative director of the Tabletop Tailspinners Network, which is a TTRPG podcast network featuring marginalized GMs and players in all of our podcasts. More about that afterwards, but tonight I will be playing our Oracle, Natalia Hansen, who has some very interesting secrets and will be a very interesting character to explore.
I'm so excited. And below Emma, in only location and not quality, we've got the wonderful Coke.
Oh, I'm next? I thought we were going to start with James. Shit. All right. I am Coke Bottles, K-O-H-K. That's all you need to know. I don't exist. Don't perceive me.
Wow.
All right.
What an intro.
Who are you playing? Nope. Okay, not being perceived.
Commit to the bit.
You really did. Oh my god, great. Cool. Fuck me then, and we'll go over to James.
All right. My name is James. You can find me at Dice to Infinity on almost all the socials. I am excited to be playing young August Nilsson today. He is a writer who's researching a book. I'm doing this in completely wrong order, but if you'd like to find me and game with me, you can join the TTRPG Collective. I'm there often, planning events, looking for games to fill up. You can also find me on Start Playing. Hire me to run your games if you like. I do absurdist humor and horror, and some of the things that are in between those two things. But thank you all for being here.
And if you are not a member of the TTRPG Collective and you would like to be, the Discord server is in chat, and it's a really fun place, and everybody here is a member. and we are your mothers now. So, without further ado, are you ready to play some Vaesen?
Let's play some Vaesen.
Vaesen.
Let's go.
Very good.
Now, quick little content warning. We already went over like lines and veils for us as players, but those in chat who don't know, Vaesen is a pretty scary game. It is supposed to be Nordic horror, and it's going to be a little atmospheric and dark. So if that isn't your thing, then we'll see you in the next one. But probably not, because that's Vampire the Masquerade, so we may not see you there either. But we'll see you eventually. Yeah, there's just nothing out of the ordinary for typical horror RPGs. And yes, as Raffle says, clean your room and do your homework. So, without further ado, let's get into it. Now, the four of you don't come from small villages, as most of the characters in this game typically find themselves in the beginning. You all are big city folk, and I can't really remember if we had it that you all knew each other before, but today you all know each other. You have been called upon to a new headquarters in a kind of outskirt village, a hamlet, if you will, that kind of leans into the old ways and hasn't really been pushed towards any sort of industrialization yet. The money is what is the most enticing offer. You all are going to be making 3 times your normal wages for the work you do in the city that you are currently residing in. And as you all share a stagecoach, we focus in on Laszlo. Laszlo, as you raise your pipe and hotbox the cart for everybody, can you describe, as a private detective, what is the strangest case that the site has placed upon your desk?
I recall this time coming face to face with an actual werewolf. It was terrifying and awful.
No. Is this a memory? Is this a memory that you regale in your head, or do you share it with the rest as the carriage goes?
I said that out loud just now for everyone to hear.
Yes.
This quaint little town is reminding me of this time that I was sent to a countryside back in my home city, and there were some animal killings going on. I'm not usually hired for that kind of job, but someone thought that it was done by a human man. Turns out it was a werewolf. I saw him do it myself. It's terrifying.
And would think that maybe we're going to go over to August, who's scribbling in a journal, and his pen stops as Laszlo, just unprompted, regales the crowd or the cart of a very strange occurrence of the Hound of Hovslandvik. And
the strange thing is that it was blood and ejaculate that was all over the animals in the area.
Quite strange, you see.
Quite strange.
My good gentleman, you don't seem to run in the same circles as I do. Well.
Probably not.
Continue on. Maybe put out the pipe, though.
Yes, please. I am starting to get a little bit lightheaded.
Well, I can open the window.
Or do that.
August, as you go back to your writing, are you one to doodle in the margins of your work?
Absolutely.
What is the most frightening drawing that you have scribbled down in those pages?
Frightening to me or frightening to the public in general?
I mean, depending on your handwriting, I would say frightening to everybody, but in this case, I'm going to say frightening to you.
The upper corner of the page has a what can only be described as an eldritch horror. The eyes are merely insinuated, tentacles everywhere. It seems to rise out of the page on its own, almost moving. But what really gets me, I keep my eyes from the bottom left corner. I don't remember when I scribbled this in the margin there. I cover it, I ignore it. It's a tiny berry under a leaf. If you look closely, the eyes, they seem almost alive.
Natalia, your background is in the weird and the occult. And if anybody can see the unseen as clear as day, or as clear as writing floating off a page of paper, it's you. And you can't hear August describing how the horrors of the drawing, and you can't feel what he's feeling as he's recalling this experience. But as we hear August describe, the eyes seem to be moving and the picture seems to come alive. Natalia, you're the only one in the carriage that can see the writing lift off the paper. It's not horrifying. You're used to strange occurrences that are a little more weird than the sight would grant people. But it does give you a little bit of insight into what people find scary, which seems to assist you in your work as an investigator. As the ink kind of like oozes off the paper and takes a shape in the center of the space in between all four of you, you're reminded of a time that brought you an intense amount of dread. And it's one particular memory where you felt like a failure. Can you describe what happened that caused you to doubt your own powers?
I think there are very few times when Natalia has misread omens that she's received. And the one time that she did, it resulted in more death and pain because she made an entire town of people think that the threat was gone. That they had found it, that they had driven it away, and that it would not be back. And then it returned to cause more chaos and destruction. And I think as she's sort of looking out the window, as Laszlo is letting the smoke out, this little hamlet reminds her of it, not necessarily because it was a small town, but it was a section of the city that was rather that was a lot poorer, less well off. And seeing these quaint little hamlets makes her think of the piece that she saw in that vision and how quickly it was dashed by her telling them that they could have it.
And as you look out the window and you see the lights of the hamlet grow closer and closer, the warm amber bringing a sense of warmth to anybody that was looking for a sense of homecoming, instead it draws a painful burn to remind you of the time that the Vaesen came back, and that even with having the sight more intuitively than the others, you can still fall short of people's expectations. And speaking of your kind of struggle with placing that as coming to terms with that as the ink sort of drips back down onto the page, and you can see it almost looks like nobody else can see this, but you see it returning like ink blots, like the Rorschach tests back into place. Christina, one of your relationships is that you bring Natalia peace. As you kind of instinctively look over at Natalia, who, if I think it's safe to assume you're sort of, are you struggling on the outside a little bit, Natalia?
I think she would be trying her best to hide it, not wanting anyone to worry right before they're about to start another job.
Mm-hmm.
But I think Christina would be able to see it.
Okay. So with that admittance, I'm not going to have Christina roll anything, but Christina, you look over and you see Natalia sort of like her jaw gets a little tight and her mouth gets a little thin and her brow gets a little furrowed. What was the time that you recall where Natalia needed somebody and you truly felt you couldn't live up to that expectation in a friend? And how did you come to terms with the fact that you couldn't be there for her in her time of need?
I would say that not recently, but on one of our first jobs together, when we were not a cell, but coming to get to know each other, I took it upon myself as probably one of the oldest members of the group to sort of keep an eye on some of the younger ones. And the job went sideways. We thought that the Vaesen involved were the wrongdoers, and it turned out to be some villagers in some forgotten town. And I gave her bad advice. And when she sought comfort from that advice, I couldn't own up to the fact that I was wrong. Failing her both from a position of experience and wisdom, and also from a position of comfort and reliability.
How does that...
Sort of shaking.
Yeah. How does that affect you in your work, especially when it comes to your motivation, which is seeking out danger and death? As somebody who, in their line of work, there's a drive to uphold safety, and how does this impact you, where your personal relationships are a struggle due to you all having this gift that seems to be sometimes doing more harm than good?
Well, for Christina, or me, I have to keep them safe. I have to be the one who takes responsibility when things go bad. I have to be the one who is out front, whether it's against meddling nobles or dangerous Vaesen or terrible weather. Uh, I have to be the one up front, just in case things go south. It's sort of equal parts obligation and compulsion, and not really thrill seeking. Just it could come across that way. Like maybe I have sort of subsumed myself in this identity of the only way I can atone and keep them safe is by putting myself into needless danger. If I make danger, I could draw it to me and therefore keep them safe.
Yeah. And as the four of you kind of slip into a new silence, going over an old cobblestone bridge that leads to the front, the hamlet's edge, you sort of come to terms with the fact that you all have hunted many a Vaesen in your tenure as investigators. But sometimes the most harrowing and frightful things that go bump in the night or are just outside of your periphery are actually your own shortcomings and your own failures. And it is with those thoughts that we enter the town of Grymthorn. Grymthorn is a small, gray, muted hamlet. Everything is thatched or cobbled or strung together, but it's done with great care. So thatched roofs, although some are moss covered, are very greatly cared for. The buildings aren't run down, but look well loved. You arrive at dusk, and there's a thin layer of mist that seems to greet you everywhere you go with these jobs. Never really any sunshine jobs. Vaesen don't really like to lurk in the misty morning dew. And you hear a dog in the background, and you see sheep on the hill, and there's a couple horses in the tree line, couple of the last birds before they turn in for the night, and people that are moving through the streets, finishing up their daily chores, their work, gathering with friends, meeting at the tavern, which is always, and this is no exception, the loudest building in the hamlet. And to your left, right before you go into the city proper, there's a fork in the road, and you make a hard left into an old tower. It's a small sort of manor with a single tower going off the side. And there is a houseman there to greet you. He's tall, he's broad, but like triangle shaped almost. He's got very thin, lean legs and very thin arms, but his torso is very broad in the shoulders. Almost like he will protect this place tooth and nail. And people seem to be surprised that he can. The carriage halts, the man that was driving gets out and unloads your bags, and somebody else goes to bring them in. And this man approaches you. He's balding, he's got a very thick mustache and a permanent resting bitch face as he looks all of you up and down. and says, you all must be the new investigators for this hamlet. Yes?
You would be correct.
Excellent. We do get carriages sometimes who have realized too late that they've gone too far, and they seem to think that this is a driveway that anybody can turn around in. And he opens up like a book and he flips through some pages and he says, Moriarty, Nielsen, Officer Leiden, and Hansen, yes?
Yes.
Well done, well done. I don't know the work you will be doing. That is not my job. My name is Eric Larson, and I will be your houseman. Anything that you need, I am here during the daylight hours. I leave at dusk, and I live in the old parish behind this house. You have full access to everything in this home while you are assigned to this district. And please, as is standard for all districts, do not leave without being well prepared, if you catch my meaning.
Well done.
I sort of have a rifle case, like over my shoulder, just sort of settling it.
Yeah. He's no stranger to weapons. He looks at yours and he says, "This is a fine rifle, Officer Leiden. We do have." He looks at Natalia. We do have those of the more delicate variety, if you pardon me, in the armory, should you require any sort of firearm.
She reaches into her shawl and pulls out, sort of just shows the hilt of a dagger very quickly and says, I have my protections. Thank you.
Very good. Excuse me. And he steps back and he gestures.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
Yes, I would be happy to avail you of those lighter arms.
Of
Not
course.
not much oomph in these shoulders. Sorry.
No, not at all. There's a full armory in the basement for you. Make use of it as you will. It's assigned per district. Just make any reports if anything goes wrong, it misfires, it's damaged in any way. We will make sure that it is replaced in due time.
Excellent. It's as simple as can be. You point it and you pull the trigger, eh? Off we go.
His mustache sort of like twitches a little bit. He doesn't give any indication that what you said was particularly funny, but it did potentially concern him enough to react a little bit.
I raise an eyebrow and under my breath I say, August, you remember what happened in some village name? Harkening back to the last time I gave you a sidearm.
Oh yes, I do remember some village. That was a terrible place. Strange name, strange Vaesen in there. No. My wounds have almost healed. Thank you for your inquiry.
How do you shoot yourself in the foot, August?
I'm sure you're aware of the idiom. Shooting yourself in the foot seems to be very easy. It's so much so that it's been made as a common turn of phrase.
That was you? I didn't know it came from you, August.
Oh, yes, I shot myself in the foot. Okay, thank you.
You did make it look easy, though.
Quiet.
Yes, Laszlo, that's the problem. You begin to see.
I think what Christina is trying to say is that maybe you should try, and Natalia pulls out the dagger once again and like holds it out to August. That way you can't shoot yourself in the foot.
Or you can carry
Fair
with
enough.
yourself a good old trusty Smith & Wesson. I'm going to pull out my revolver and spin it real quick.
Weapon. It is a weapon. Smith and Wesson.
No, I pronounce it Wesson with an H.
Wesson. I got you. I got you. I got you.
Smith & Wesson.
It's a we.
Oh my god.
Yes, Natalia, I believe you may have a point. I will go ahead. I'll take the dagger and go. But as they always say, the pen is mightier than the sword.
Well, tell that to the Vaesen.
Tell the Vaesen anyway.
The houseman the houseman is like, he like clears his throat. He's like looking very awkward. If it's all right with you, gentlemen and lady and lady, I would like to go back to the parish now to retire. I'll take that as a yes. And he just fucking leaves.
Yes, well, good work, my friend. Off you go.
Yeah, he like grumbles to himself like, I fucking know it's good work. And he like on the back. So you all have, you know, you've done a few jobs before, and they've taken you to different districts, almost like, you know, little mini holidays where you could die. And you have a little bit of time before the locals know that you have arrived. So you can explore your home if you'd like, or understanding it's about 7 in the evening. You can call it, or do whatever you'd like.
I would like to check out the manor.
Okay. What do the rest of you want to do?
Library.
I think Natalia will join Laszlo in some exploring and then find her way to the armory as well. Just for some protection rather than, well, now she needs another dagger, but some protection would help also.
Quick question for the GM. We haven't had any trouble at any of our past houses before, right? Like, no, we haven't been accosted in the night. No Vaesen have come for us. No angry commoners have battered down our doors. There's no reason for us to doubt the security of our headquarters, correct?
Is there? When it comes to the headquarters, when it comes to the headquarters, I'm going to be asking you a bunch of questions. So, do you think that they are all foolproof and like ready, like they keep everything at bay, or do you think that there have been moments that have caused quite a scene for the lot of you?
I hope that we are not attacked by any goddamn werewolves like last time.
That house was not properly warded, Laszlo. I will take care of it.
Pulling out
do.
like silver dust, you know, like just shavings. I'll say yes, and I'll start laying the groundwork of that around the ground.
About as ritualistic as a New Jersey timeshare. So
I'm not the occult. I don't know how any of this works. All I know is they don't like silver.
I love that. I already know our next episode is going to be a prequel where we do the werewolf episode.
Yes.
It's like ejaculate everywhere.
None of us know this horrible fear. He's like, beware of werewolves. I'm telling you, they ejaculate everywhere in their fears. We're all like, oh, pshaw.
And come everywhere. Oh my god. Okay. Wow. Everybody drink water that's playing right now, because I know y'all are getting fucked up. Okay. So, I'm going to ask you all a bunch of questions while we kind of, because the headquarters is something that we build over time. And since we don't know how many episodes we'll have, or if this will be a repeat or long form or part two, I'm going to we're going to build it out really quick with some precursor things going on. So,
Cool.
while I'm gonna start with we're gonna kind of shift away from as Christina, as they are the last one to enter the building, and they are sort of like lining the place with silver dust and doing all the precursors that they think will help this time. We're gonna follow the camera as it pans over to August, who finds the first room, which is the library. As you walk in, it is already all of the rooms are lit by sconces on the wall or gas lamps, things that create a very atmospheric and very much needed cozy ambiance in this very bleak area of Norway. And there is the light as it flickers against the books. You are drawn to a desk that is before the grandest of the bookcases. It is a large mahogany executive desk, and there is a variety of different ink pens and parchments and the wax for if you want to send messages in a fancier way, or there are ways to with more modern means. So you've really got your variety of like writing utensils. But there's also a variety of reading and literature. And the thing that strikes you the most is that they have already provided you with a detailed list of Vaesen collected and whether they're defeated or not in the area, in the district, not just the hamlet of Grymthorn itself, but the whole district in its entirety. And there are several parchments laid out on the desk for you to investigate.
Excellent. Well, the first thing I will do is take a scan along the shelves and see if there is anything in particular that has any information on fairies.
Sure. And you are going to roll the first roll of the night. Now, in Vaesen... Yeah! In Vaesen, you only roll when something is difficult or challenging, or when something is opposed. The reason I'm having you roll is because this is the first time you've entered the home, so you're not used to its surroundings or what you are going to, like, what you need to look for. A skill check, which we are all learning Vaesen. I only read the rules today because I am prepared. You roll when you do a skill check, you roll a number of dice equal to your skill value plus the associated attribute. So for you, I'm going to say it would be we'll go with a learning because it's higher than your investigation, and a logic. So that should be 7 dice that you will roll, and 6s are the only number that you count for successes.
Okay. There's 3 of them.
Yep, you only needed 1 for that one because it's not too difficult. It's not unopposed, but it's new to you.
Yeah.
You see the first thing you do is you scan over the desk and you look at all of the reports from the past, and as it starts, it's very particular in order. It's chronological. You can only assume that Eric, as the houseman, is the one that prepared all this for you. The older pieces of parchment are over 100 years old, of different different circles, societies that have come through and worked out of this particular headquarters. There are a lot of reports in the surrounding areas, but none for this hamlet. You learn as you look through all of the papers. There are
Okay.
fae folk. There are ghosts. There's even an ash tree wife that was found in the next town over. And there's a drawing very similar to your style of a withered, dead looking tree with a hunched over kind of hag of a woman in the tree, looking like they're ready to pounce. Their eyes left inkless to look like the light reflected on them. You also notice that the reports at the end, all of the investigators managed to escape, but none of them seem to be able to defeat any of them. This seems to be a very difficult area to navigate. And from your dissertation, it almost seems like if there's a pattern to be had here, then there should also be a pattern to the acceptance of the village folk. And if everybody escaped and didn't actually resolve the problem, they may not hold you in such high regard.
Oh,
Since there's already been a team that came out and they couldn't do it.
Yeah, and even though you don't
Nice.
have any, there's no, like, none of them in the town of Grymthorn, but the district is small and word gets around.
sure. All right. Well, I'll lay out the all of the reports. Start going through them, making some notes. I'll be able to use my automatic writing and just kind of take quick bullet points of the Vaesen that we may encounter. As I'm compiling all that, I'll sit down in the seat, pull out the big dagger and clunk it onto the table, and yeah, just keep getting as much information as I can, as long as nothing jumps out at me.
Okay. As you get to your writing and your reading, we're going to go over to Christina, who is haphazardly kind of cleansing the space as best as they think is possible. What are you doing in the foyer, and have you moved beyond that?
I'd say in the foyer. How old is the house, by chance?
Old enough that there are cracks in the wall that seem to splinter in many directions, and yet you can see it's still structurally sound.
She's paused. They're paused in the spreading of the silver dust and inspecting the cracks, sort of with a nonplussed look on their face, and they're sort of muttering under their breath. I can't believe they've put us in an open place like this. I think this is the worst one we've had yet. Sort of like I take a bit of dust and I put it in the crack before I move on.
You do put it in the crack?
Just a little pinch in the crack, like something will come out of that, I'm sure.
Okay, can you do me a favor? Can you roll empathy?
Oh no! Oh no! I don't like that.
Can you roll empathy and inspiration?
Empathy and inspiration.
See you later, Coke.
That's two, right? Right. I got 3 dice.
But how many? Yeah, I was gonna say how many of them are gonna be 6s though.
Two. I can send a picture to Discord.
Okay, no, I believe you. I was not expecting that, so that changes things a bit.
Me either.
So you, as you like kind of like cake it in, you you look over you look over and you see at a very safe distance that doesn't affect you at all negatively. You see a cat perched on the there's a word for this, the thing on the steps, the end of the step thingy. You know what that word is. We're not going to get into it. That
It's like
thing.
a protective statue.
Yeah, well, it's no, it's a real cat, and it's perched on the end of the ball on the end. Wow, Christopher. Um,
I'm so sorry. So sorry.
no, it's okay. A ball on the end
We
of
are
the
professionals.
The cat starts ringing.
the cat starts
Such
ringing.
professional,
It
much
opens
wow.
its mouth and it starts chirping. No, it's the fucking landing, the thing that always comes off when in It's a Wonderful Life. That, you know what I mean. Whatever. I've had wine, so there's a cat perched on it, and it's just blinking at you. It's a gray cat with a very fluffy tail, and it has one of those like really mean faces on it. But you know, it's like that's the way it was born.
I feel like Christina also has one of those very mean faces.
Okay.
So they just sort of like, it's like a slow pan of the head to look at the cat, and then acknowledge them. They acknowledge each other, and then there's just a mutual silence and a shared blink.
Yeah.
And then I go back to putting in silver.
So as you go back the second time, you hear a voice in your head,
Oh no.
and it says, "What are you doing?"
I turn back and I look at the cat,
Cat blinks at you.
and my hand moves slowly to my hip, and I realize I don't have a revolver on me. And I go, assisting my associate with wards.
To ward off
What are you doing?
what exactly? And you see the cat blink again.
Werewolves.
And you see as the cat as you hear the laugh, the cat's tail twitches.
Have you met werewolves?
Well, of course, but they can't use doors.
Can I insight check something? Am I being tricked by a cat?
Yeah, use logic and learning. Well, logic and investigation.
Logic and investigation. All right, I got 3 there. Investigation. Ooh, only 1. All right, 4. Hold on. No, not one of them. No 6s at all.
Okay. The cat kind of jumps down and slinks past you and kind of does the whole territorial leg rub, and then you hear it go like, and then it like goes up and it looks and it sits and it looks up at your handiwork, and then it looks over at you and it says, "I'll tell you this much, if there are werewolves in Grymthorn, they're not going to give a fuck about silver in the cracks of the walls."
I sort of like sniff a little bit, sort of like indignantly, and Christine will say, "Well, it could help, possibly."
You know what could help? Feed me, human. And she gets up and she starts to walk away towards the kitchen. And she turns back and she says, "My name is Greta. Please don't call me Cat. That's my sister's name."
Making notes, making notes. Greta the not cat. Done.
Who are you, human?
And- What was that?
Who are you?
I am most certainly not someone who talks to a cat.
Okay, most certainly someone who doesn't talk to a cat.
I look around, and then I quietly say, not loudly, anyway. Let's go to the kitchen. I'll feed you what passes for food here, and you could tell me more about werewolf defenses.
I will not be doing that. I'll be eating. But yes, kitchen it is. And she kind of slinks through a door to lead you to the very cold kitchen, as the fire has not been lit yet. As we watch Christina follow the talking cat, we are going to cut to the stairs and go up this long winding staircase. I almost made the move for up, but it's down. We were going down to the basement to see Natalia and Laszlo at the doorway of a very thematic dungeon doorway of an armory. And it is open, and you are in a room just chock full of different weapons. There's display tables. Some have glass over them to indicate that maybe they're more precious or maybe more magical. But there are some hanging on the walls. There are some kind of disposable weapons in a bag in the corner, almost like a golf bag. And you have free reign per Eric Larson to take what you need.
I say, this is almost a medieval display, wouldn't you say?
Fucking Matt Berry, I can't.
I chose the name Laszlo, and now I can't not do it. I just can't fucking not do it.
Oh,
So good.
this is a very strange way to set up an armory. They didn't need to keep to any sort of seam, as Natalia just kind of steps in, kind of side-eyeing Laszlo for the weird pun before going to look for a new dagger.
What the fuck am I supposed to do with this? I'm like swinging a fucking chain mace around.
What the fuck is this thing?
Not break anything, including your face.
There's a suit of armor in the corner that breaks the fourth wall, and Jim Halpert styles it into the camera as we turn over to Natalia, who is looking at a table of display daggers. There are a couple that are encased in glass, and the other ones are in cushioned embedded into the table.
She doesn't want to go for anything precious yet. They did just arrive here, and she doesn't want to break anything important and upset their new housemaster. But she will take one of the daggers embedded in the table, sort of test the weight, tuck it into her shawl.
Sure. Make a roll for me. I'm gonna have you roll empathy and investigation.
Okay. So that's 6 dice. And that's 2 6s.
Okay. There is a dagger that catches your eye. It's not necessarily magical, but you feel a connection to it. It kind of hums as you stare at it. Your eyes drift over the table as you try to find something that's more realistic to wield before actually knowing what you're up against. but one of them sort of seems to like resonate with you, almost as if it's like an old friend. Not that you've ever like felt like I have identified or had any sort of shared past or visions when touching a dagger in the past, but it just feels familiar. And you pick up a dagger, this particular dagger, and the hilt of it, as you pick it up, feels like it molds to your hand. And like sort of like a stress ball when you squeeze a stress ball. And it sort of just like fits well. It doesn't really give off any sort of magic or anything that's weird or of the occult beyond actually physically like going through some sort of like metamorphosis of the hand, but of the hilt. But it does feel comfortable. At this point, for the rest of the session, if you use your knife in any way, whether it's to in combat or out of combat, you get to add an extra dice to your pool.
Oh, okay.
Opposite of that, Laszlo, the chain.
The silence of all that is broken with Laszlo shooting the suit of armor.
Pop, pop, pop.
I saw its head move, and I will not be
God.
apologizing.
Magic armor. Haunted. This place is haunted. It's canon.
Nothing happens. It just breaks a little, so you'll have to report it. And you'll have to explain why there's a fucking bullet hole in the suit of armor. Are you looking for anything in particular?
I am just looking around the house to see how clean it is. Got my magnifying glass out.
It's an old house, so it's not that clean, but it's particularly kept. It's not like it's a old forgotten armory.
Well, the Major Domo really did a shit job of cleaning this place up.
Of the armor.
At this point, fucking unreal. At this point, you all hear a knock at the door, one of those very campy vroom, vroom, vroom.
That was a bit over the top.
Is someone going to get that?
Yeah, I'll start heading up to answer it.
Yeah. Are all of you going to make your way there, or just whoever's first?
If I might walk up second, holding Greta and like petting her, you know, maybe feeding her like a sardine or some small fish after whoever answers the door gets there.
So we'll say since Laszlo called it, he'll be the one to answer. And as Laszlo goes to open the door, Christina, they just like sort of like appear out of the darkness with this cat, like evil, like the villain in Inspector Gadget.
Claw.
Yeah, but yeah, Dr. Claw. Or the Claw, and it was a doctor. Did he have a PhD? I don't remember.
I think it was. I think it was just the Claw.
And
it was Dr. Claw.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And Greta is sort of like purring against her will, and as she chews on the sardine, and she says to you, although Laszlo, if you cared to like notice, you would hear a voice as well.
Yeah, that's what I'm waiting for.
Yeah, the cat sort of like, this is so embarrassing.
That I'm like, just turn around and look like, that was not your voice. Who was that?
Christina sort of looks at you straight face and says, "I've been practicing ventriloquism." Stone face, looking all mean.
You know what? Hold on a second. Let me go really quick to your shit. Okay.
I'm actually pretty fucking smart.
Yeah, but
So-
but your relationship with Christina is, you think, or Christina thinks
She thinks she can
that
trust
they
me.
could trust you. Okay, so Christina, I want you to roll something. I want you to roll logic and stealth. And because you are lying to somebody that you think you trust. And Laszlo, you don't give a shit. So I'm going to have you roll logic and investigation.
Oh, logic and investigation?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's 8 dice?
Whoever gets more
I
sixes.
get one. You could beat one, man. Come on.
You got how many?
I got a single 6.
I got 3 6s.
Yeah, you know, I am absolutely bullshitting out of my ass. Like maybe you could see there's a faint tug of a smile, and you know that there's no fucking way. There's no fucking way.
I don't know what kind of games you're up to right now, Christina, but we have guests. We'll turn back around. And I will answer the door.
Okay. At the
While
door.
smoking my pipe. It's the plume of fucking smoke whenever I open the door.
Yeah. You see a very short, stout, older gentleman. He is very frazzled in the eyes. His eyes look very tired. He's got dark bags under his eyes, and his fingers, as he's holding his hands, are fidgety. He's wearing typical like clothes of, you know, just somebody of a working class rural gentleman, and he sort of takes a step back as the plume of smoke kind of goes out as you fucking vape in his face, and
I didn't exhale in his face.
Does it
There's just a
smell like
plume of
cotton
smoke
candy?
around me.
yeah, okay.
I didn't go.
And
Okay, but
and he says, excuse me, are you the investigators?
Well to do, old chap. How can we help you?
Sorry, I can't. I just see Matt Perry. He says, yes, myself and my wife, and he turns around, and there's a equally frazzled woman about the same age. She's got very like loose gray curls that are, they kind of have like a chestnut hue to them in the darkness, but you could tell there's like some silver. And she's also wearing just a very loose fitting gown with an apron. And she's doing the same thing with her hands, very frazzled. Everyone's very tired looking. He says, my wife and I welcome you to our hamlet of Grymthorn. I am Sven Olsen, and this is my wife, Freya Olsen. We are the mayor and first lady. I don't fucking know what a mayor's wife is. First lady of Grymthorn. And we would like to welcome you to our hamlet. This is our first Vaesen encounter, and our town is very concerned, and we didn't think we would ever have to come across this fork in the road, but here we are, and it is late. We shouldn't be bothering you right now, but we just saw the candles aglow, and we...
No, it's okay. Come in for some tea and tell us what's been going on.
Of course, Freya, and Freya is like kind of nervous. She's a little bit standoffish. And he says, "Come on. my darling, let's as mayor and first lady, we must tell the kind investigators of our plight. And he steps through. He is very genuinely nervous, and as is Freya, as she sort of like she looks around and kind of like peeks her head through. They've never as August would know, they have never Grymthorn had never had a Vaesen encounter before, so they've never had the need to explore this or come in and visit or even interact with investigators. So she's sort of like, you know, nosy Nelly, sort of seeing how it's designed. And you Christina, you can feel the cat sort of like groan and like a some more people in my space kind of thing, but all you feel is sort of like a in your arms. And they are in the foyer with you, Laszlo and Christina.
Now tell us when it started.
Were there werewolves?
So, at this point, August is going to stumble out of the library, kind of juggling all the papers, trying to work them into a notebook. He drops the dagger, picks it back up terribly, just kind of laying it in his arms. He says, "Did I hear that someone's here with information about the Vaesen?"
August, you came just in time. Get out your pen and start taking notes.
Yes.
His automatic writing thing.
That's right.
Auto writes. In fact.
I think at this point Natalia would also make her way up the stairs, but she's been slowly like warding the basement as she made her way up. Just sort of starting that from the bottom of the house and working her way up. So there are some wards now drawn onto the walls.
What are your wards, in your experience, what do your wards typically do? Because they are far more efficient than Christina's haphazard, like, spackle repair. So...
So, Natalia's typical focus is invite positive energy and repel anything that would do harm. So, these symbols are more so her way of repeating that invitation and speaking it into existence.
Okay. I'm gonna say that you have used your powdered stag's horn for this, and to draw the sigils kind of and create these words. I'm gonna have you roll precision. Precision. And I'm gonna have you do learning because it's your first time warding the house. I think you've usually, when you ward, you get something out of it.
Okay. That is again 2 6s.
Okay. Actually, since you're using your powdered stag's horn, roll one more.
Okay. Still 2.
Okay. So as you board the basement, 2 things happen. The first, Christina, you have a connection to Natalia, and Natalia and Christina, there's sort of like a peace, like a bond between you two, where if somebody is doing something that benefits everybody, there is a certain feeling of peace that falls over you. And Christina, it comes up your feet, like it seems like it like kind of vibrates on the floor, and there's like a warm hum that resonates up your body, until you feel very calm and safe. Enough that Greta starts purring in your arms. There's a very empathetic bond there now with this sort of like feeling of comfort. And you know that Natalia has begun the process of protecting all of you. And the other thing that happens is as you leave the armory, you turn back and you see you call them memories because they're not really ghosts, but they are kind of wispy recollections that linger behind in old spaces. You've seen them in churches where people kind of like ethereal, glittering silhouettes of people on their knees, begging their God for forgiveness or finding comfort in faith. And you've seen them at train stations with the same sort of silhouettes holding each other tight before they leave to go to the next city. They're sort of just like memories that are left behind by people that share spaces in old homes and buildings. And you see the place where you had picked up the dagger that fit so genuinely in your hand. You see a silhouette of a misty turquoise and cerulean figure gently and gingerly place the dagger down in the cushion. And it was the last well-loved weapon that has been utilized in this space. Again, there's no real insight as to what kind of like magic is going on, if there is any, but there's a connection, and you feel that as immensely as Christina feels the warmth through their body from your protection. It speaks to a job well done. So something that you feel you've struggled with in the past of like protecting the people you care about. This sort of gives you a little bit of confirmation that you are following securely in footsteps of the past. And there's a warmth that remains behind as you go up the winding stairs. You and August see the guests that have arrived, and this older man and woman, Sven and Freya Olsen, are kind of like in the middle of the foyer, looking at all of you and nodding in introduction. To Laszlo's abrasive invitation to tell them more, Sven sort of like gestures to the sitting room to the opposite of the library. Do you mind if we sit? It's quite a hike to the hamlet.
Yes, of course. How do you take your tea?
Oh, milk, if you don't mind. Both of us.
Let me see if we have any milk in here.
Uh,
And I am going to start making tea while talking with them.
August squeezes by as you're heading to the kitchen. Says, "Milk, 3 sugars, please," and goes and sits down.
it's on the shelf to the left, not quite where you think they've stored.
Oh, yes, of course. As opposed to the right. Yeah.
Don't use it all. That's my milk. You hear the voice.
There you go, doing that weird fucking thing again. I don't know what's wrong with you.
Question: have we encountered a talking house cat before? Is this a thing that we know?
Have
It's
you?
like, sometimes you encounter these housekeeper cats. They're dope. They're friends.
If that's another fucking talking animal, I swear to God.
No, it's like a werewolf. We'll get rid of it.
Laszlo, our guests.
I'm making them tea.
Natalia just puts her head in her hands for a moment, not at all what she meant, and looks at the mayor and First Lady. It's like, I apologize for them. Please go ahead whenever you are ready.
Yes, we heard you were from the city, so we expect a little bit of a culture shock. Okay. And they both sort of sit down on a red velvet couch by the fireplace, which has been lit and is all prepared. The room is very warm, and very comforting. And they sort of stop fidgeting a little bit, but their hands are still very tightly clasped in their lap, as they look very small when they're sitting on the couch. Their fear is creating this sort of atmosphere that they are in dire straits and they do need your help. Sven looks at you, Natalia, and says, our little hamlet of Grymthorn is quiet and peaceful and kind to each other. We are all very kind to each other. We all know each other. We've never had issues with Vaesen. They've left us alone. And we believe that there is a Vaesen in our midst taking our children. We have 3 now missing. One from last harvest, and one from the winter, and one just last week, which is why you are here. And you know, in your notes, you should know about Piotr. Piotr is the son of our blacksmith. He isn't a good boy. Wouldn't go running off, loves his family, and he is missing now for 3 days. We have looked all over, and we cannot find him. And his mother and father are distraught. And because this is our 3rd missing child, we have instated a curfew, and we have watches of all hours of the day, and we don't know what else to do because they keep going missing.
So you said one in harvest, one during winter, and last week. What season is it now? What season is it?
Are you asking or are you asking?
I'm asking like out of character. Sorry.
Yeah.
What season is it?
It is the new harvest. So it's about like the beginning of spring, where the first of the produce will be harvested, but the ones that are harvested in fall have not yet begun to grow.
Okay. So it seems to be seasonal, I yell from the other room.
Freya looks at her husband and nods. She clutches a kind of like a charm on her necklace. It's not any sort of religion that you would know from the city. It's nothing that is like popular, but it does look like a gesture of faith, where she is going on old traditions to agree with what Laszlo has to say.
Got it. Well, my friends, you have done the right thing, inviting us here. Thank you. My good sir, my good lady. We will do our best to see if we can find Piotr. First, I have one question. Hopefully you can answer for me. Are the 2 of you, in fact, fairies?
Sven sort of like his hands pause, and he looks over at Freya, and Freya sort of like nudges him a little bit next to him, and he says, no, we are very human, but we have seen lights in the forest since the first child went missing. We do suspect that it is fairies at work, or changelings, something mischievous. We hope they are not violent and that they return our children to us, but we have no evidence to suggest that they are kind or merciful, just that they appear at night and they go away in the morning.
It's always safe to assume the former.
If it was changelings, they would.
I come stumbling out with the tea for everyone.
What was that, Christina?
If it was changelings, they'd be leaving their own behind.
This is true. They would not take without.
Well,
their typical MO is to leave another child in their place.
here's the problem. In the morning, we hear what sounds like children's laughter in the woods. And when we send our bravest to go investigate, there is nothing. No lights, no children, nothing to suggest that anything was left behind, and yet we hear them. The distraught mothers seem to hear them louder than the rest. But hear them we do, and they are always gone. We are all just sort of grasping at air. They're gone, they're missing, and we can't get them back.
Would one of you be able to show me where this laughter is coming from? At some point. It does not have to be right now. But
Well, they don't. They come in the morning, so if you would like to see it for yourself or hear it for yourself, join us in the morning about 5 o'clock, and we will point you in the direction.
Of course.
Excellent. Laszlo, I told you I'm not crazy. It's fairies.
Maybe. Could also be werewolves.
Mayor Sven, if I may,
Of course.
I would suggest that everyone stay out of the woods in the mornings
Well,
until this matter is resolved.
we would like to. We do have a curfew. We do never go alone. The children are not allowed in the woods anymore. But if you... Do you have children of your own? Mr. Mix?
Mix. No. Not anymore.
I am sorry. And when you recall a time that you did, you would know that a parent's love shows no limits, and we will go into the darkest forest, deepest void, to rescue our children. And Christina, you notice that when Freya's hand opens back up and it falls back to her lap, it's not a it's not a symbol of faith necessarily, but it is a locket, and you can tell that there is a loss that is felt in that moment.
I see. All the same, it would do you well to recommend that they do not.
Absolutely. We want to thank you again for being here. We do not want any more of our children to go missing into the woods. We are certain it is fairies, and we are certain that you will find them, and we are certain that you will bring them back to us.
What is the age of these children?
Well, Astrid was the last one, and she was 7. Magnus was the one in the winter. He was 9. And Greta was the first to go missing last year, and she was 14.
I see. There any similarities between these children?
The innocence of youth?
I see.
Ah, yes, they're children. Very good. Nice.
They have faces.
All right. Well, then I suppose we shall see you folks in the morning.
Yes. Sven kind of kicks back his tea. Thank you again very much. Please, before you come to start your investigation, we would like to invite you to our dining hall for a breaking of the fast, and perhaps a prayer in good faith that you shall bring our family members home to us.
Of
We will
course.
be sure to be there.
They get up, and Christina, you see you have Greta in your arms, and she jumps down, and she sort of sits by the door and watches as the two of them make their way out.
The insistence on fairies has me questioning. I don't think it is fairies.
And what do you think that it is, Christina?
Not changelings, not fairies. Women of the woods don't leave their trees, so it wouldn't be them.
Oh,
Questions.
well, we certainly didn't ask enough questions to have answers.
Well, we have plenty of time for that at the breaking of the fast.
What time is it, GM?
It's nighttime. You can skip ahead if you want to the next day.
Okay. I was wondering if the sun was down yet or if it was just setting.
It's down.
Okay. Which direction is the woods from the manor?
So you've got the old bridge that you passed over with the little creek. And then you've got the fork in the road just beyond it, where if you hang a left, that's where your home is with the tower. And if you go straight up the hill a little bit, you can see the hamlet. And then beyond that is just a thick wooded area. And although there are patches of trees, you can assume that when they say the woods, they mean beyond the hamlet.
Like the woods proper, not just like the edge.
Woods proper, yes.
Okay. Nothing we could see from here. All right.
Correct.
I would like to spend my night. I would like to go into the library and find out if there are any books on the town.
Okay.
In the library.
What does everybody else want to do? It's not going to.
Laszlo,
It's not
the rooms.
it's not like D&D, so it's not going to I don't care about long rests. You consider yourself rested in the morning. So whatever you want to do.
Oh,
What was that? Augusta?
The rooms are this way. Have you ever been in a library?
I am a master investigator and shadow maker, Augusta.
Can you read, Laszlo? What do you
I've
read?
read a book or two.
Have you? I would not know.
It's August, and what were the 2 books you read?
Name 5 books.
Oh, you're a reader. Name all the books.
You all mistake extrovertedness for stupidity, and that will be a downfall for you at some point in your life. And then I'm going to go
Mic drop.
and look for books on the town and then continue to memorize the whole book. That's what I'm doing with my night, out of spite.
Out of spite.
Oh God, what are the rest of you doing?
Well, as I walk away, I'll say to Natalia, he's going to memorize all of the data now. We don't even have to worry about it.
No, job's done, you guys.
Less studying for us. That man is so strange. I can't believe he hasn't caught on to that yet.
Oh, you said. Oh, and Christina, as August leaves the room, Christina will turn to Natalia and be like, "I heard a gunshot earlier from the. Was that?
Natalia rolls her eyes. He shot the armor again.
Again? We've got
Again.
to stop him from doing it. The budget can't cover it.
I know. We'll have to figure out if we can get. Well, we may have to get it removed just to make sure he doesn't do it again.
I could try swapping out his ammunition with blanks. Perhaps he won't notice.
I heard that. I heard that, actually.
Oh, too late for that one. Well, maybe you need
You
to
would
stop
be at a
shooting.
loss without my precision, and you know it.
Well, maybe you need to stop wasting your ammunition on armor.
That
and
was a
start using
headshot.
it on
by
Vaesen.
the way.
No,
If there was
that's not
anything in that armor, there isn't anymore. I saw it move, and I will not be apologizing for that.
no headshot is ever wasted.
Oh my God, I'm gonna pee.
Christina just sort of sighs, shakes her head.
Okay. Is anybody else doing anything besides Laszlo memorizing every fucking book in the library?
Question for the GM.
Yes.
Would there be like any? I know Vaesen all have their own unique quirks, defenses, rituals, etc. needed for them. Is there like one like recommended thing that isn't a lead bullet? Like if you're gonna shoot some weird eldritch fey bullshit, use rock salt. Use the first coin off a press. Like just any weird. Hey, try this first. That isn't just a bullet.
You have. How long have you been hunting Vaesen for, Christina?
Well, I am old. So. Can't know everything. So I'm old, but it's been like the super most common. Like the goblin form of Vaesen. Like it's been the most common ones.
Yeah, I'm gonna say, how would you answer that based on your trauma that you have written down? What, like, do you?
That's a good one.
Yeah, like based on what happened per your trauma, and you don't have to say it right now if you don't want to. What do you think that it would be just a matter of simple, like what is a weakness to mortals, or things like tangible things would be a weakness to Vaesen? Or do you not know? Or do you think it's more of a intricate means? And I will tell you if you're correct.
Well, my brain wants to default to like hit him with cold iron, and it's like, no, wrong system. Um.
I mean, I'll give you a
Well,
hint either way.
right. So, I would assume that things that would work on mortals would do something temporarily to the Vaesen. Uh, but like it would be temporary. It would slow them down. It could drive them off, but it probably wouldn't be enough to like solve every martial problem with them forever, or there wouldn't be the need for any specialized materials. So, like to that end, I would figure, for like werewolves, silver bullets would be a common thing. And given our not my trauma, which is not with werewolves, but given our recent tussle with them, I would imagine that that would be on my mind.
Okay.
So like maybe common metals, like maybe a couple iron bullets instead of lead. Maybe some silver bullets would come to mind. Something that maybe has been, uh, I believe the canon of the game puts power in faith. So maybe something that's been blessed either by the local church or how do we feel about other religions in Scandinavia? Is that's a cool thing in turn of the century Scandinavia? Yes.
Well, so okay, so all of these thoughts, all these hypotheses are going on in your mind, as you were sort of the last one to linger behind, and you recall the werewolf incident and how clear cut it was, and you also recall as you start to feel almost like a gentle brushing of water against your skin, like if you were to soak in a tub or in a pool. That sort of weightlessness, you sort of take that on as you're really starting to think about what could possibly have, what possible explanation could be befallen over this town. And it can't be as simple as silver bullets. And as that thought sort of crosses your mind, that weightlessness gets more and more palpable, and your vision starts to blur as if you're looking underwater. And in the background, you see these piercing, glowing orange eyes, and you hear screams like sounds coming from another room or sounds coming from above water, and you hear the gurgling of men as they are drowning and sucking in air with their last gasps of fear. And you hear all of that, but you're in the house and you know that. Nevertheless, that fear sort of like clutches at your heart in a death grip. And you know that because you have the sight, something that is very rare among people in this world, you have at least a slight advantage where your panic doesn't turn into irresponsible action. It is something where you can look death in the eyes and realize that you still have a chance. And as the cat, Greta, sort of like weaves her way through your legs, you are pulled slowly out of your trauma response to this sort of like investigative mindset that you followed. And the feeling of weightlessness dissipates as you ground yourself back to the ground. And you know that if these people are saying that this is the first time that their village has ever encountered a Vaesen, and the woman that the first lady mayor, oh my god, Madam Mayor, was clutching a symbol of faith along a charm of faith with the locket, that there is a power in a belief of something outside of what can be reasoned with. The long and short of it is there is power in faith over logic in these parts specifically.
A question we didn't ask, it occurs to me as I ruminate and come back from the depths, as it were. If it started recently, that means something changed recently. And she sort of muses. They muse aloud as they come out of the reverie, and Greta's weaving between their legs. And they rub a shoulder, sort of working the blade of the shoulder from an old wound they may have taken, or as if they didn't stretch before strenuous activity. And you wouldn't know, would you, Greta?
Greta looks up at you, and she looks over at the door, and she blinks like the way cats do when they're sort of just they're existing in a way where you're like, that cat knows more than they're letting on. Like, cats aren't fucking dumb. Mm-hmm. But she blinks slowly and opens her eyes, and then props herself back up and slowly heads to the spiral staircase up towards where the bedchambers are. And she doesn't say anything. But she waits for you.
How loudly did you say that? And would I have been in earshot enough to hear it?
Very quietly, almost to their self, but it's up to you. Whether, I mean, you could be wandering the building with the books you're memorizing on.
I'd like to roll on whether or not I heard it. What would I roll for that?
Yeah, so we're gonna do a contested roll for that. So you both will roll. I don't know if that's how you do it.
Are you asking me? Say. I would say roll to.
Roll to what?
Okay.
Roll what? Coke.
I don't.
What'd you say?
I was gonna say to see if he's close. I'd just do a simple D6, and if it's high, then he's here.
Yeah, you know what? That's good. That's a good idea. We're gonna fucking make our own rules. Roll 1d6. Both of you roll 1d6, actually.
I rolled a 6.
I got a 3, baby.
Yeah, you heard it. Vaesen.
I step out from the other room. It's like, did you say Greta?
I put my hand to my hip and I pull out.
Christina, who are you talking to?
I pull out my revolver that I don't have. I pull out it's not on my sheet. Fuck it, we've all. I pull out a revolver.
You have one.
Greta. It's engraved on the side. It's not. It's not good. The gun's name isn't Greta. It's not engraved on the side. But I'd hold it up. Like,
I've never heard you call your gun a name ever. And I'll also I feel like we're friends and you trust me, but I feel like I would know whether or not you're lying. So I would also like to roll that.
Yeah, fuck yeah.
I'd say you just know at this point. Sorry, Jim, go ahead.
No, you're good. Are you trying to hide information from Laszlo? Or is it coming from a place of trauma?
I think it's equal parts bullshitting, not like hostile bullshitting. Like equal parts like he's my friend and I'm messing with him, but
Yeah.
also equal parts of like. Well, I question: How does Laszlo feel about the Vaesen? Because we know that they aren't bad evil spirits. They're just they exist.
Not all the time.
Some are exactly. There's good ones, there's bad ones, but most are just doing their best, like us. But
So
like, how does Laszlo feel about them?
so Laszlo and all of his eccentricity and extrovertedness is actually obsessed with the information. So it's intrigue for him.
Hmm. Okay, then like yeah, they wouldn't be hiding it from him at all. It would just be more sort of like just as with the comment about um, ventriloquism. It's her them sort of like just bullshitting a little bit, not
Okay.
not like concealing things from him.
So your gun's name is Greta.
Hmm. Yes.
You just started calling your gun Greta today?
Well, you know.
Was it after Mr. Mayor and Madam Mayor mentioned the Greta that went missing?
Hmm. Well, you know, Marcel, the names have power, and it occurred to me that if that's true, and it is, that by naming my weapon, I give it power. Perhaps the power even to slay werewolves. We'll see.
That
Yeah.
did not answer any of my inquiries.
They nod. They nod slowly, and they say, "Indeed." But it is it is curious that
That what?
the cat the cat's name is Greta.
And how do you know that?
Because I told him.
See, she talks.
Ah, another fucking talking animal. Fantastic.
Isn't it? This one is. This one isn't
What kind of
coming
creature
everywhere
are
and killing
you?
people. Not a werewolf. She's fine.
Are you 14 years old, Greta?
That'd make her a very old cat.
It would make me a
You're a
very
young
old cat.
child.
I don't know how old I am. I'm a cat, so I have no concept of age.
I see. Well, you must know something about what's going on in this town because you are peculiar.
Well, I'm a talking cat, so of course I am. Meow, meow.
Don't antagonize our uh, housemate.
I'm a sprayer.
Again,
You don't want to
Laszlo.
mess with me.
I'm not antagonizing. She clearly has answers to questions that we need answers to.
Just because she could talk doesn't mean she knows everything.
Thank you.
But also, I saw that look. You do know more than you're letting on, but out of respect for being new guests in your home, we won't press you this evening. Right, Laszlo?
I have many books to memorize for now, but we will press you.
Just not tonight. Tomorrow. Tomorrow, maybe.
Oh, I can't
Threatening the
wait.
cat.
She like spins around, her tail goes up in the air. It's in a question mark though, so you know she's happy.
I love Greta. Such a good friendo.
And she'll sort of like start to go up the stairs. It goes like as she like makes her way up the steps, waiting for you to join her. Whoever goes up.
I think Natalia would have already gone up. She wanted to see if she could see the lights from the tower.
Okay. August, what did you want to do? You're the last one.
I would go ahead and head to my room. Probably Probably no one would see this because they weren't paying attention to him. But I closed the door and stripped down my shirt, and around the base of my neck, there are a series of uh, tiny slash marks, like no more than a quarter-inch long, but there's hundreds of them all the way around the neck. Um, and You'll only see those after I undo a bandage that's been kept on them, uh, and they are all open wounds that just don't even seem to be healing. Not actively bleeding, but not closing. Um, and He pulls out some salve and kind of dabs it on each of them, and ties the bandage back, and pulls on his dressing gown for sleep, and just says, "God damn batteries," and lays down for the night.
Okay. I'm gonna go over to Natalia next as the camera pans away under the crack in the door to August's room and goes up to the very top of the tower where there's a lookout. You can see the hamlet. It's not too late, so there are still some candles in the windows, some gas lights on where there's like common areas. You can see in the distance there's a very bright area outside of like the center hall, it's like a house, it's like a public house, but also a place where they have like town meetings, and there's also a church there. You can see the steeple in the middle cast a shadow on this bright courtyard. But as you're watching it, you can see the lights one by one of families going to sleep, drawing their shutters, calling their insomnia-ridden children in for the night for their curfew. There is a guard with a bell that's going and ringing it every so often to remind people that it's time to turn in and return home. And you see as these lights start to flicker out, you see a couple kind of like bluish lights flicker on in the woods, and they sort of move up and down, up the tree line and down to the ground. You can't hear, it's too far away to hear anything, and it's even too far away to make out any shapes beyond just a general glow. But it's nothing that any torch would be able to produce, and it's even more even a weird ethereal brightness that even the creatures, the silhouettes in the basement when you created those wards, couldn't even recreate. It's a very crystalline sort of clear blue. You don't hear any screams, you don't hear any sort of shocked voices from the town wander up towards you. It's almost lovely. It almost seems like there's no real threat. Almost like the fear is really truly in the children going missing, and not so much in the glow of the blue in the tree line.
Okay. I think in that moment, as Natalia is observing this, and seeing that the town has no fear for the lights themselves, but what the lights sort of symbolize, the loss of their children, and this strange phenomenon following the loss of their children. She's going to take out her crystal ball and see if it will give her any visions of hinting at what this might be, or if this has any connection to the Fae as they think it might.
Hell yeah. Let me go really quick to the crystal ball thing, because I totally know what it does. Where are we at here? Items of power. Where is the crystal ball at? I thought it was on page 124, but it's not. Whatever. Do you want to do your move, your medium move?
It says use observation to search for clues.
Ah, okay. Thank you. Yeah, roll your observation. And I'm gonna say roll your observation, but also because you have a 0 in observation, roll your empathy because it's an empathy attribute. So I'm gonna say because you related the blues and you were able to contrast like the blue from the lights and the blue from the basement, you can roll your empathy.
Okay. That is no 6s.
Okay. The only things you can discern is what you feel within yourself. Your weirdness with a Y is very much connected to interpersonal relationships. And upon meeting the, or even like, I don't want to speak for how it manifests within yourself, but you're very much connected beyond the sight to things. You are connected on a much deeper level to the beyond. And as you were spending time sharing space with the mayor and his wife, you noticed energies that the others couldn't pick up, and you're able to apply it to the place of their domain where they live. And you can discern that the lights don't necessarily pose a threat, and you actually feel a bit of a peace when they glow. You see this sort of, there's no real, you have a very neutral feeling when the lights go out in the village. You have a very calm, very soothing feeling as the lights in the tree line start to glow.
Okay. She will smile ever so slightly as she observes for just a moment, putting the crystal ball away.
And the camera pans down to the window of the library where we see Laszlo memorizing every fucking book in the library. What are you looking for?
I'm exclusively looking for books on the history of the town.
Okay.
I'm trying to find out if anything like this has happened before, and I also would like to know about the secrets of the town. So that's kind of where his head's at. He wants to learn everything he can about the town that they're in.
Sure.
And anything that might connect also to these disappearances.
Logic and I'm going to say learning. Investigation is higher for you, but you still got 7 fucking dice. So logic and learning.
Yeah. I feel pretty good about my chances.
Yeah.
Okay. I rolled 1 6 out of 7 dice.
Okay.
No.
So you yeah. One of the things that you know what? Reroll. I'm gonna say, yeah, I'm gonna say because one of your talents is focused and eagle eye, you're gonna be able to spend, since you're spending all night doing this, you're gonna be able to reroll for that.
Okay. Well, that gives me
rules.
3 6s then.
Great. So you look at the documents that August had scrutinized over earlier on the desk, and you you learn the same thing that he does from this. There have been many district sightings of Vaesen, but none that have ever affected Grymthorn. This is their first time experiencing a Vaesen encounter, and you could tell from when you spoke to Sven that they didn't want to call it Vaesen until they were sure. So that's why it was 3 children missing in before they called you in. You look and you see sort of like an Encyclopedia Britannica style, like very similar looking books about all of the towns in this district, and you see the one for Grymthorn on the shelf.
I will pull it and I will start reading it.
Um, the first thing that you are met with is when you open the book, there's a inlay of the map of the town. Um, it is a one that has been meticulously adjusted as the years go on. You could tell from the more recent ink. It's like very old ink that's very weathered to very new ink where things have been crossed out and new things are added in. You see the most recent was a circles in the tree line where people, and it says like blue lights on the side. You see on the margins, you see names crossed out, and Sven Olsen is like the most recent name, and you can discern that this is probably a change of command, who's the new mayor and everything, as the ink goes from most recent to oldest. You see, like, when people have, there's certain places that have family names, as if like it takes a long time to be added to the book. There's not a whole lot of names crossed out and replaced. It seems to be old homes that are repurposed per generation. So you've got names like Johansson and Peterson and Erickson. Everything is Sen. You've got a farm or a homestead in the woods by a lake. You've got a church with a minister's name with a cross next to it. You've got the tavern, which seems to be the most lively place where people congregate, with the owner of the tavern. And you've got a little like drawing of a gavel for like a mayor, somebody in a position of adjudication.
Okay,
And
courthouse.
yeah, like a place where like meetings are had. And it's just notable homes and families that have been there for decades. You have a brief history, nothing really too like out of the ordinary. It seems to be almost like a farmer's almanac of like what the crops are like each harvest. There seems to be a recording of how much they're able to yield every year. There's a crime, a very low, this page is very scarce. There's like little petty crimes of somebody stealing something or a disagreement between families. Nothing really out of the ordinary for a small town. It seems that they have never experienced Vaesen activity before. And it seems you have, as an investigator, you have frequented libraries and you have done your due diligence in researching a town where there's something like amiss. And this seems to be just a standard town that has a recent happening that is out of the ordinary enough to call you in.
Well, all of this information might be useless, but I'm glad that I learned it.
All of it.
I think we could say that everybody kind of turns in for the night. Perfect, because I gotta pee. So we're gonna do a 5-minute break or 10-minute break. I don't know. We'll see. Is that cool with everybody?
Yeah.
Yes.
Fuck yeah. If anybody in chat leaves, canceled. Anyways, we'll be
Don't
back.
leave.
Don't leave.
Don't
Stay
leave,
here. We
friends.
love you.
Don't leave, please.
Bye. We'll be back. We're back.
Hey, yo!
Hi, everybody. I should have actually gone a little slower because I'm currently eating a graham cracker. Welcome back. Do we have any announcements? Actually, let's go around the table really quick and tell me what you're doing.
Reintroduce ourselves?
No, you don't have to reintroduce yourself. But if you got something to promote, like anything to promote it. So, Chris, not your OnlyFans.
Well, then
Okay,
I don't have
moving
anything
on.
to promote. Sorry.
Just kidding. What do you have? Do you have anything?
I don't.
Okay. Go follow his OnlyFans account. Emma.
Same as my Instagram and Threads. For anyone who's wondering.
Okay, well, hello everybody. I'm Emma. As I said earlier, I am the founder and creative director of the Tabletop Tale Spinners Network, which we do have multiple podcasts that I can promote. We have All Our Faults, our Monster Hearts 2 actual play podcast, which is releasing its next episode on a Wednesday.
Fuck yeah.
So if you like Monster Hearts and you like the supernatural spooky vibe that you're getting here, you will definitely find plenty of that with All Our Faults. We also have 2, soon to be 3 D&D 5e actual play podcasts on our network. We have a long-term 5e campaign that I run called Chronicles of Kriath, which is currently on a little bit of a hiatus, but you can catch up on the 59 episodes we do have available. We also have a one-shot podcast called Improv Madness of entirely improvised one-shots. And soon to be releasing in June, we have another long-term 5e campaign called Magnificence, which I will be a player in, which, fun fact, that'll be my first time playing in a session run on the network rather than GMing.
Yes.
Awesome.
And of course, we have Vampire the Masquerade that will be happening on Saturday, in which I will be playing Josette.
Yay!
Yeah.
And also All Our Faults is fucking great. So I highly recommend you listen to it. I love it so much. I listen to it every time I drive out to New York. I got 2.5 hours of my time. It's amazing.
Oh, thank you.
Coke, what are you promoting? What are you doing?
You know, I'm Coke Bottles. I'm just a funny little guy on the internet. Don't perceive me, but you should check out the TTRPG Collective on its website of the same name and also on Threads. They're full of wonderful people who are all awesome, like you viewers. Yeah.
Oh my
That's
god. That was amazing.
All I got.
And what about James? What are you doing?
All right. For me, the first thing immediately is if you go to startplaying.games and search for Dice to Infinity or James Wright, you can find me, hire me for your games. I will make them awesome. I do absurdist humor and horror games. The other thing is keep an eye out for a show called Saints Curiosities. This is going to be on the Tabletop Tale Spinners podcast network, and the cast is awesome, and I am so excited to bring a story based on 80s episodic mild horror to everyone.
Oh, I love it. I love 80s
yeah.
horror so much. And I will be promoting Box Wine. It is $8.99 for a lot of it. Anyways, we're going back into it.
Woo, Box Wine!
Box Wine! Yeah, yeah, yeah!
Burr, burr, burr. Do I have anything else to promote? Oh, we have a blog. TTRPG Collective has a blog coming out on April 30th. So, stick around and keep an eye out because we have, a few of our members, contributing to it. And it's going to be kind of like embodying the vibe of the collective in that there are a lot of different voices and a lot of different opinions and stories and interviews and things to learn in the tabletop industry, because we can't let WotC win. So with that being said, back to Vaesen. You all wake up bright and early. The person that wakes up first is Christina, to a cat making bread on your face.
Well, being intimately familiar with cats, there are other worse things the cat could be doing on my face to make up to. So I will accept muffins.
And the cat with its smushed little what are the smushed ones? Persian cats with the gray little smushed face and its kind of green gold eyes, just staring down at you as it's going. Good morning.
Just like deadpan look up at her. Christina sort of barely groggily says, "Good morning. Why are you on my face?"
Because it's morning time, and I need food. Feed me, human. And she gets down.
It's just a cat.
Laszlo's right over there. He's very friendly. I gesture over to Laszlo's room. Loves cats.
You closed the door on me. I have no thumbs. And she reaches her paw underneath the crack in the door and goes.
True. Fair. And then they'll sort of get out of bed in their pajamas and open the door and sort of scoot out kind of with their foot and shut it again and go back and lay down.
And you hear on the other side, and you see a little paw underneath the door.
Laszlo's door is open. He never closes it.
I don't like them.
Someone feed that fucking cat.
Oh my god, Greta is every fucking cat.
Right?
No one else gets up. Natalia will get up, open the door, just slowly blinking. Christina, where is the food?
Christina has since gone back to bed and is being very quiet.
The cat looks up at you with the paws underneath the crack of the door, looks up at you, Natalia.
Well, fuck me then. And it's just going to walk downstairs to go search for where the cat's food is.
Greta does zoomies all up and down the steps. Until you feed her. And now everybody's awake.
Laszlo walks out of the library. I never went to sleep.
Yeah.
I was memorizing all of the books, you see. I said what I said. I did not lie.
Well, after about midnight, I might as well keep going because 5 hours of sleep doesn't make a difference for me. So
Laszlo,
and we're supposed to meet them at 5 a.m. So
you have now.
That's what they said.
With that extra time, you've memorized every single family name in the town.
That's what I like to hear.
Actually, with that, I'll give you a little bit of a mechanical bonus. If you have to roll any sort of investigation in terms of the town, you can have an extra dice. So instead of a 3, it'll be a 4.
Oh, hell yeah.
Like you need it, but okay.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
When as you come out of the library, the great door opens, and you see Eric Larson walk in, and he sort of like looks over at Laszlo and is like, good morning.
A good day to you.
I mean, it just started, but yes, good day.
Well, it started 5 hours ago. So maybe reframe the way that you choose to perceive time, dear friend. I'm gonna go and make coffee.
He like goes immediately to the basement, like, fuck this, just is like out of sight, out of mind.
Natalia cringes briefly, remembering that they hadn't had a chance to tell him about the armor, nor did they get a chance to remove it.
Right.
Yeah, you hear
Oh, God.
after a little bit, you hear, what happened? You know, I don't want to know.
We'll just add it to their bill. It's fine.
Preemptive stratagems against supernatural entities.
Thank you for not making me explain it again.
Oh my god. Is it safe to assume that you all do your regular morning routine? Does anybody want to do anything particularly out of the ordinary or even ritualistic before you go into town?
I think I'm good. I would just be I want to get to make sure that we meet up on time.
Yep.
Okay. Are you gonna leave the cat behind, or are you gonna take Greta with you?
I don't know. Let's. I mean, something's up with the cat. So, let me see. Ooh, that's a 1. No.
I'll see everybody. I'll see everybody agonizing over this, like looking at the cat. I'll just be like, "Why don't you ask her?"
Greta, do you want to go break our fast for a second breakfast?
Fuck no. She goes upstairs.
Fair enough.
And there you have it. Excellent deduction, August.
So I'll skip ahead to the short hike that it takes up the hill. You don't have to take the cart if you don't want, or the carriage if you don't want to. It's really just a little short walk up the hill.
Laszlo will take the carriage.
Are you driving it? Because the driver's not there.
Oh, well.
Oh no, it looks like you have to walk.
I see. Okay. I will walk.
Yeah, so as you go up the path, it is quite beautiful. It's very serene and calm, and it's sort of like a very stark difference between city life. Natalia, as somebody who is more in tune with the strange and weird, you're also more in tune with just the things that people miss, that they take for granted in like a day to day. One of which being just the peace that comes with a new day. And as the shutters you see as you get closer and closer, a couple start to open. The tavern lights, or the tavern doors open. You can see in the distance as you cut through the mist of the morning. And you start to, as you arrive closer in town, the mayor is waiting outside of the tavern to greet you for breakfast.
Good morning, Mayor Spin. First
Yes,
Lady
so
Freya.
Spin.
Oh, she sleeps in. She's very much prays late and likes to wake up a little bit later than everybody else. Good morning to you. Did you sleep well?
So she goes to bed late and sleeps late.
Yes, that's quite normal. Yes?
It might be.
Don't mind Laszlo,
Of
sir.
course. I take no offense. It must come with the job of private detective. Yes, Mr. Moriarty.
Master investigator, but yes.
Oh, so
Yes,
sorry.
it comes with the job. I literally
Master,
have 5 books written about me.
I'm so sorry. We
He wrote
must.
them all himself.
Oh, self-published. I hear the good old Amazon publishing house does a very good job at self-publishing books.
Ah!
They're all bestsellers.
Yes,
So,
Bezos and Associates, quite good recommendations from them. Would you like to partake in the breaking of the fast before I show you to the weirdness that this town has been, the misfortune of happen.
of course.
Okay, yes, thank you. Damn it. I can't take you seriously. I'm so sorry. Thank you so much, Ferret Dad 345 for the follow. So he lets you into the tavern.
Hey.
It is a very familial vibe. It almost feels like coming home. You step in and all of you feel what Natalia tries to describe as her experience when it comes to investigating the weird and having that very deep connection. You all feel that when you come in. It's a very warm, welcoming environment. All of the windows at this point, the shutters are open. The last one being opened by the tavern, the public house maid, and she's got really like lively curls. Everything, and she has this beautiful smile. This young woman who greets you and gestures for you to sit. Everyone seems very hopeful that you are here. There's like a resurgence of faith that you will be able to bring their children home. Breakfast is already simmering. You can smell the sausage and the sage that comes with the and the garlic that comes with the seasoning of the cast iron, and a coffee is brewing over the stove, and fresh bread is being taken out of the oven. There's great care to welcome you and to really instill value in your presence. And the food is laid out before you even have time to all sit down and get comfortable.
Oh my goodness, I need some coffee.
The young woman
please.
pours some, as if like already knowing instinctually. It seems you are absolutely celebrated, genuinely. Like you've already succeeded before you even started. And she pours the coffee and smiles at you, August. There's an innocence to her, as if like she had just left the threshold of being in danger of going missing. There's a very like grateful sort of like youth about her, where she's just genuinely happy that she is safe, and even safer now that you all are here. And Sven sort of sits down earnestly and says, the lights go out around this time with the rising of the sun, but they are the laughter can be heard. It is not dangerous sounding. It is not fear-inducing, but it is alarming, to say the least, as it only just began when young Greta went missing.
Are we listening to the laughter now?
You cannot hear it yet, but the sun also hasn't crested through above the tree line at this time. It's still there's like a blue hue to everything.
While we're waiting, and also breaking of the fast and having of the coffee and tea, I'd posed a question I thought of last night before turning in, and that was, um, what's changed recently in Grymthorn or locally? Any new
Sven's,
buildings, right?
yeah, Sven sort of thinks about it. He really genuinely, you can see him try to really think, um, as if there is a very heavy burden of him to provide answers as the mayor. And he swirls his cup as he looks down at it. And he says, well, at first we thought it was the harvest. We had a much more bountiful harvest last year than this year. It seems that blight has taken over a portion of our fields. However, that doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel like that has anything to do with what's going on, and that there's something deeper in the woods. Almost like, and he scoots his chair in, you can hear it squeak against the wooden floor. And he says, Freya would disapprove of me saying, but it feels like, to me at least, the laughter and the lights, while they may be fae folk, I am not certain. They may also be protecting us from what's lurking deeper within the woods. We know of the Vaesen that have wreaked havoc in our sister cities. And we know that we have been protected, that our gods have graced us with mercy. But something tells me that the lights are like a fence, and they're reminding us not to go further into the woods. Now, we do have people that live there. There are a couple homes and homesteads in the mountains ahead that are still part of the town. We have a few lakes. We have a few farms. A few livestock. But there's just something about the lights. I look out over them, and Natalia, you feel a resonance as he speaks. I look at them at night through my shutters, and I don't feel like they're going to harm me. I feel like they're here to help. But I don't know anything beyond that. And he sort of chuckles, and he says, I'm sorry if that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. It's just a feeling I have, much like Freya and her faith. It's something I just feel.
They bring you peace.
Yes, they bring me sort of a innocence, a hope.
Out of character. With my studying last night, you mentioned the homestead on the lake. Who is that owned by? What is the family name that owns that homestead?
Do you want to ask in character?
I imagine I would have found out from reading.
Oh, yeah, no worries. So that, because I totally don't have ChatGPT up with a list of fake Norwegian names. That would be the Svensson homestead.
Ah! Oh,
I would like to
no.
go and speak with the Svensson family, the owner of the home down by the lake, out past the woods.
Oh, that is Anders Svensson. He is a shepherd. He has a peculiar way of raising the sheep. We have some on the hillside, but we have some that like to climb, like goats, and he makes the best cheese. We should make that very clear now. Actually, the cheese in the middle of the table is from Svensson's homestead.
Is it now?
It
I'm
is.
going to very carefully investigate that cheese.
Investigate the cheese.
I'm not even having you roll. I need you to role play this. How the fuck are you investigating cheese?
Well, once they mention how incredible the cheese is and how it's like peculiar the way that he raises their sheep,
Mm-hmm.
and they say it's incredible cheese, I'm taking out my magnifying glass.
Are you gonna
I'm
eat it?
pulling the cheese up to me, and I'm going to cut into it and start looking at the granules and like the crystallization on the cheese. See if I notice anything peculiar about this cheese.
Yeah, it's fucking haunted.
Oh,
No, it's
Top gun.
so
Jesus
you
haunted.
so you go and you cut into the cheese, and it is so goat cheese has a certain viscous to it that is very soft and pliable. It will get sweaty if you leave it out on the table. And this cheese, because the goats are so active and they are climbing all the time and they never skip leg day, the cheese, as you cut through, has a sort of thickness that is almost like a brie, but it's a goat cheese. So you see the fluffiness of it, but it cuts like brie. So it's a very smooth, seamless cut. And it is a hearty, soft cheese. So you're not able to, you take a piece of toast and you try to like dip it like you would a regular goat cheese, and the toast bends and you realize you have to smear it with a knife. You fucking animal. And making me describe this cheese. and you smear it, and it is absolutely decadent. In all seriousness, it is, there's nothing like weirdly magical about it. It's just really fucking good cheese.
This is incredible cheese.
And Sven nods eagerly and he says, yes, he is our only cheesemonger in this area. And he, it's a little weird in that he lives outside of the town limits, but that is just a judgment based on the way that the town has been for decades, in centuries even, of, you live inside the town or you live outside the town. That doesn't make you
Precisely why I want to talk to him.
Oh.
And
Yes.
how are the ones who live outside the town perceived, usually? Are they usually seen as strange or outsiders?
Only in that it is typically widows, widowers, people who have never really assimilated into community in the way we all have inside the town. There's nothing wrong with them. It's just they would rather have privacy and land and space. They all contribute to the community. We have Anders Svensson, who, as you know, makes this delicious cheese. We have Signe Olsen, who she is a tanner. She's a widow and very old. We may not have her for very much longer, but her daughter lives with her, Astrid. And we have we had Ingrid Eriksson, who was the apothecary, who she just preferred her space because it was a little bit more peaceful out in the woods. If you've read our book, I believe there's one in your library. If you read our book about the crime, there's really nothing more than just family disputes. Everybody sort of gets along. We've been very fortunate in a very transparent and inclusive community, and everybody does their part.
I can tell you from experience that the town with the lowest crime records are the ones with the darkest secrets.
Well, that is a opinion. I don't really see us having any sort of secrets. Everybody sort of knows everybody's business whether they like it or not. But I'll take you to him if you'd like. Anders is a very amicable man.
We will speak to him. Signa Olsen, you said that she's the mother of Astrid. Astrid, the girl that went missing?
Yes, she is the mother of the girl who went missing. Astrid was very much as curious as Signa. She helped her in the shop when Astrid could not. Astrid has arthritis of the hands, so it's hard for her to continue to work. So Astrid had been taking over here and there as much as a child could.
Yes. No child labor laws. Okay.
Laszlo, you can't open another shop.
I would never do such a thing.
Not again. Not again, Laszlo.
3 is enough.
They asked for that job.
Natalia looks at the mayor and goes, would you like to show us the laughter?
Yes, it should be starting any moment. Please, if you'd like, you could take your cups with you. We will just be outside. And he kind of shuffles outside to he holds his own little teacup as he waits for you all to see the phenomenon that he's describing.
Natalia shoves the last bites of food from her plate in her mouth and then wanders after him.
So are we at this point seeing the blue lights?
The blue lights are gone. He says that they leave at first light. It's like there's like a blue overcast, so it's sort of like as the blue of dawn comes up, or twilight or whatever, the blue of the lights go away. And then there's a short period of nothing until you hear the laughter, so to say.
Okay. I'd like to get out there as fast as possible. Hopefully when there's still a hint of the blue lights.
Mm-hmm.
And kind of undo my my ascot and pull down the collar of my shirt, open that bandage so the wounds are visible, and just to the area, to where the blue lights might have been or might be, just say, "Fewer Fae, I've been touched by your kind. I mean no harm. I'd like to know why you're here."
Roll empathy and observation.
Okay. Okay, observation's a 1. He's a 4. All right. That dice. Wonderful. There are 0 6s. Not a success at all.
Okay, you can push it, by the way.
No. Ooh.
Push?
Yes. How do I do that? That's resources, right?
Yeah, by suffering a condition if you fail. So you re-roll all dice except for 6s, so you can re-roll them all.
Okay.
Did you
There
get
are
0?
no 6s in that one either. No
Okay.
6s.
Okay, no, that's totally fine. You know me, I love to fail forward. What are the rest of you doing before I describe what happens to August?
Heading out, I guess.
Yeah,
Natalia was more interested in observing than anything else, so August sort of stepping forward and making contact without them having seen the original phenomenon is kind of intriguing to her. So she's going to keep one eye on August, but also try and see if there's any sort of reaction from the mayor regarding what comes after.
And I'd be going up to keep up with August, perhaps even a little bit ahead of him.
Okay.
To one side.
I want... That's actually really, really cool. I want Natalia to roll learning and logic twice. So what you're gonna do, you're gonna get a free push. So roll your logic and then take out any sixes and re-roll all the rest of them again and count how many sixes there are. Because your relationship with August is you will save us all one day.
Okay, well, I'm glad for that push because there were 0 6s in that first roll.
What is happening?
Okay, there is a single 6 in that
Cool.
second roll.
And Christina, I want you to roll a... What are you doing? Like, what are you paying attention to the most?
I'm looking for danger specifically. So I know he is sort of at the edge of my vision, so I have kind of an eye on him. But I'm looking where he's going, not where I'm going. I'm looking I'm looking out for him.
Yeah.
So I guess I'd be looking at the lights or near the lights. If there's lots of brush, I'd be trying to keep an eye on points of cover where things could be lurking.
Mhm.
Or if there's not a lot of ground cover, I'd be looking perhaps more towards the canopy to see if there's anything up there.
Mhm.
Just sort of like guard dogging him.
Yeah. Roll logic and investigation.
Logic is 3. Investigation is I am not an investigative them.
Maybe you got 4. Maybe you'll get a 6.
I got 1 6. Let's go.
Hell yeah. And Laszlo, what are you paying attention to the most?
So as they run out, I guess I'm pretty much in the rear. I'm casually walking out, but I have my binoculars out.
Fuck yeah.
And I am watching out there towards the blue lights, if we still see them. And with that, I will use my eagle eye.
Hell yeah.
And that will give me +2 to vigilance when trying to interpret a situation that I am not involved in.
Fuck yeah. Roll your vigilance and logic. Holy shit.
Yeah, and I also get +2 from the binoculars. So
Oh my god. If you get 0 6s, I will throw hands.
so that's 11
Yeah.
D6s that I'm rolling for
Jesus
that? Yeah.
Christ.
Alright, and rolling. I got 2 6s
Okay.
out of 11 dice.
Listen,
Okay.
look, it's still boxcars.
So,
Right?
okay, so this is the scene that we're painting here. August, as the mist sort of dissipates from the town square and kind of parts way biblically for you as you walk up to towards the tree line. You are the front of the society that is here to investigate the missing children. And you all face the tree line with a sort of bravery that the rest of the town is not used to, as they've never experienced anything weird before. So we have August first, and we have Christina sort of a kind of step to the back and to the side, looking out for August, but closest to him. And Natalia, who's very focused on the underlying things that could be missed of what's going on. Your head is on a swivel, in a different plane. You're looking for things that the others just simply cannot know. They can't comprehend. Laszlo, you and in Jumanji form fucking have your binoculars out and ready to go. And you're scanning the tree line. Christina and Laszlo, you see the lights as they start to flicker, the blue lights as they start to flicker away, almost as if they're playful and innocent, sort of bouncing back and further into the tree line until they disappear altogether. Natalia, you feel a sense of earnest aid, and you, as you see the lights that you observed at night, you can tell that they're there to protect. They're not there to harm or lure or deceive. There is a innocence that's like the innocence of a baby. There's just something there that is sweet, and it almost feels like the first rays of summer. And August, your wounds, for the first time in a long time, you don't feel them. They're not, you put your fingers up against them to feel the split skin, and it's still there. And when you pull your finger back to investigate, there's no blood, but it's slick, as if you had just touched blood. Something that you're used to. These are wounds that just simply won't go away. But they don't feel like anything. It's as if they never existed. And as the lights sort of flicker and fizzle out, it suddenly, the feeling comes back, and you're very aware that something underneath your collar remains. Laszlo, you see that the lights, the fizzling of the lights, simply look like they're retreating back into the woods. Not that they're disappearing into another plane or into inexistence, just that they're retreating for the day. And Christina, as they go away, you feel a sense of helplessness, as if now that they are gone, anything can happen. And it's up to all of you to ensure that no more children disappear. I just want to say, side note, I fucking crushed the timing with that music. Anyways.
Perfect. Nailed it.
I never do that. That was awesome. Go ahead.
As the lights start to retreat, can I sort of, I've sort of had my rifle low. Can I just sort of like half raise it, like seat the stock on my shoulder? I'm not aiming it out into the trees, but like sort of bring it up, just ready, just in case, something jumps out of the bushes and goes ooga booga.
Nothing jumps out of the bushes going ooga booga, but Sven quickly and gently pushes the butt of your rifle down. And he looks at you with this sort of like hope, and he says, "Our children are going missing, but these, I truly believe, are here to help. Please, if they leave, we have nothing."
These are here to help, Mayor. But what they are helping us, what they are keeping from us, is what I'm more concerned about.
Yes, well, let's go talk to the cheesemonger.
Have we heard the laughter at all?
Oh yeah, well, have we heard that?
So yeah.
I'm laughing for the cheese, but I'm laughing about it. It's delicious.
The
So-
cheese.
Sven kind of looks to Laszlo and kind of puts a finger to his lips, because as he described in the tavern, there's a period of time where there's nothing. Not to Laszlo's lips, he puts them to his own lips.
Okay.
Fucking weirdo. And because as he described in the tavern, there's a period of time of silence before you hear the laughter. And so as he's putting his hand to his lips and pushing down the rifle of Christina's, he gestures with that hand towards the woods for you all to pay attention. And in all of your ears, you hear laughter, and it sounds like child's laughter. And August for sure, but any of the other three who have ever encountered Fae Vaesen would know that it sounds also like Fae laughter, side by side, as if it's like the same sound. Both of them are spliced together. It's not threatening, but it's intriguing.
I don't
I
think
knew
that
it.
Christina would know about Faye laughter anyway.
I think Natalia would like to once again take out her crystal ball.
Sure.
And good.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say she's looking specifically for intention here. Are they taunting the parents? What's their intent with the laughter?
Roll empathy and investigation.
Okie dokie.
And add one for your crystal ball.
Yes. So investigation plus empathy is 6. Plus another one is 7. That's 1/6.
Okay. The crystal ball remains the sort of clouded whirlwind that happens inside is not. It remains still for a moment. And then the laughter in your head that had been this combined child and fae splices to where you hear the child in the left ear and the fae in the right. And the crystal ball sort of splits the inside, the cloud inside. And you feel like you are underwater. And you are underwater against your will. And as you start to feel the same sort of weightlessness that Christina felt the night before, your eyes sort of roll back in your head, and you sort of go slack. You're still standing, but your whole body sort of goes slack, and the crystal ball falls out of your hands. It doesn't shatter, but it bounces on the ground and rolls towards Christina. You are conscious and you do have full, like, all of your faculties. But you are,
Okay.
you feel too light and you can't see for a moment.
Okay. I think I'm trying to figure out as I'm in this feeling of weightlessness? Does it feel like I'm in someone's memory? Or does it feel more like a message?
Both. It doesn't feel like you're in any particular person's memory, but it does feel like a shared feeling. And it doesn't feel like a message, but it feels like someone's trying to tell you something. And as the ball rolls across the courtyard to the back of Christina's feet and hits gently against their heels, Christina, do you turn around to see Natalia?
Absolutely. Well, we're in the field. I'm getting the feeling through our bond that I don't know. Hold on. Two. Yes. I do look back.
You see Natalia, you see water kind of like pour out of her mouth.
Oh, I don't like that. Is it literally pouring out of her mouth, or is this a sort of like a trauma thing?
You can't tell from this distance.
I do I hear anything? Any weird sounds, or is it? Do I hear the water, or do I just see it?
If you just see it, unless Natalia speaks.
I just see it. I don't hear it though.
You do see her eyes rolling in the back of her head, and you do see the way that she's standing is very reminiscent to how you stand when you have that same feeling.
Oh, I don't like it. I would sort of. I don't drop my rifle. I still have this. I have the strap around, over my shoulder, so I let go of it, and it falls down. And Christina runs over there, or not. Hustles. Hustle would be a more key phrase here, because it's not a panicked sprint. It's measured, because something's not right. They don't know if it's magic or a hallucination, but the math ain't mathing.
Yeah.
The math ain't mathing, but they rush over, and that's what you see, presumably, if you see me. As I get closer, do I notice anything else? Presumably, Christina would. How far away are Laszlo and August?
I had it in my head that the tree line isn't particularly far away. But I would say maybe like 50-ish feet. From not for sorry, Laszlo and August are probably maybe 20 feet behind. No, that's not true. Laszlo is 20 feet behind. August is about 50 feet ahead. You were up near August.
With him.
Yes.
Okay, so I'd have to haul ass. Then yeah, I would run that way.
Yeah. Okay. Do you touch her?
I don't know. Let's see. Yes, I do.
Okay. As soon as you do, Natalia, everything rushes back to the present and is gone as soon as it arrived. So your eyes go back, your sight returns, the water from your mouth, although you didn't particularly feel water pouring from your mouth, Christina, you see the water disappear. It's gone completely. It just fizzles out. Natalia, you feel the weightlessness just drop, and you are grounded as if you were slammed to the ground, like your parachute never ejected. And Christina, you feel a sense of something important was trying to be conveyed. And the only reason you know about it is because you share the same kind of feeling. Like, not necessarily you both have experienced the same trauma, but you looked at her and you recognized what drowning feels like.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Natalia not entirely understanding the message that was trying to be passed and was trying to stay in it as long as she could to glean some sort of path forward to get the full picture. When Christina touches her and brings her back, it's so jarring to not be weightless, to be exploring what was there, that she almost falls forward into Christina a little bit. And then shakes her head and rubs her eyes and takes a breath. Almost as if for the first time, as if she was emerging from water. I'm sorry.
Just to confirm, there was water that came out though.
Yeah, there totally
right?
was.
It wasn't.
Yeah,
okay.
Natalia, you saw it. Natalia didn't necessarily know it was happening, but she could feel that same sensation.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Christina. I'll after I lay a hand on you and you sort of come to with the force of returning to the present, as it were. They'll go, this is not a place that you should delve deeply into. It could be peaceful, but it's hard to come back from.
Natalia furrows a brow.
I think I'll pull out my map book.
Yeah, dude! Fuck yeah.
Is there a waterway anywhere near here?
Yes. So there is, and I'll give you more than what Laszlo has, but I'll let you guys role play it, but I'm going to give you more information that he wouldn't be able to tell you, but you just know from your map book. There's the creek that is underneath the bridge. There's a lake by the Svensson cheesemonger farm. It is a small lake, and there is a little water source that goes out of the lake just away towards the nearest city. The information you have from your map book is that the lake is the prime source of water for irrigating the town's crops.
Okay. Okay. Is the mayor is still with us? Yes, or is the mayor back past Laszlo?
The mayor is kind of like standing off to the side. He is more focused on the piece that comes from the daily ritual of the lights.
Understandably so. Okay. Right. Christina will. He's. Natalia, we should check out the lake.
That was what I was thinking. And catching her breath again, kind of looks at Laszlo. Your idea about talking to the cheesemonger might not be the worst idea.
I know.
He's so sensitive.
Vaesen, would you like to lead the way?
I thought that the mayor was going to take us.
Oh,
Looks
yes.
the mayor.
Yeah, of course, absolutely. I will take you to the cheesemonger's homestead. No
Tell
worries.
me, Sir Mayor, what kind of wildlife do people spot out here in these woods?
Oh, we have our domesticated animals, sheep, horses, goats, chickens, but wildlife is just birds, robins, ravens, crows, falcons, and then you have rabbits, squirrels, foxes, you've got...
You say that the sheep and the horses and the goats roam the woods?
And depending on whose homestead, Anders Svensson believes in free range, so he's got his own sort of domesticated situation. You've got the Signa, who does the apothecary. She very much believes in free range chickens. The eggshells are used very much in some of her tinctures, especially when it comes to youth. Things to make you look more lithe and lively, and he sort of gestures to his under eyes, and it's like he said, I have a salve that I use under my eyes. It creates a very boyish figure, my wife says, in my face, from the eggshells. I believe it's from the free-range chickens. You also have just wild ponies. There's the dogs. There's it really runs the gamut, but nothing that's very out of the ordinary for this area. Again, we'd have never experienced any Vaesen or any even real predators besides foxes who maybe take a chicken or two every now and then.
Every detail is important.
Of course.
Please, lead the way.
Of course, absolutely. And he sort of like runs back. He says, one moment, and he runs back in and he comes out without his coffee mug. He like kind of chucked everything back and then came back out. And he's going to lead you down to the towards the wood line. Yeah, towards Svenson's farm.
Oh.
And I don't know why I'm still talking in an accent. And as you move forward towards the tree line, you all hear the same laughter sort of dissipate back. And it's not like this, like, it's not like a insidious or mischievous laughter. It's very innocent and welcoming. It's sort of like inviting to the point where they want you to explore, but they're not gonna, the voices aren't necessarily gonna lead you to danger. You don't feel any sort of like danger or trepidation when you go towards the wood line. And the lights are gone.
Sus.
No sense of fear, just as a fae would like it.
Indeed.
I'm gonna tell you what.
Sorry, go ahead.
You go first.
When something invites you into the woods and tells you there's nothing to fear, well, that's when you should perhaps not be afraid, but be most mindful.
Everybody roll empathy and investigation.
Oh no!
Right, empathy, no. But
Investigation.
I got 1-6. Will that do it? I think you had.
We'll find out.
Wow.
I got no
No.
sixes.
No sixes here either.
Oh shit!
Okay, Christina.
I'm the worst at this. How am I beating you people who are good at people?
I love this, that only sixes are successes. Christina, as you all make it closer to the tree line, you understand that Fae usually are duplicitous in nature, especially August. You are very much in the realm of there's always a cost when it comes to interacting with Fae. But Christina, you have a sense, and it sort of seems to bleed from this trust in Natalia and like listening to your gut, that the laughter isn't inviting you to lead you to danger. It's simply trying to ease the weight of missing children. It's sort of like it's trying to say, you get this sense of like, we want you to figure this out, but we're not going to necessarily hold your hand. There's a very genuine nature to it, and it's sort of odd because you've dealt with Fae Vaesen before, and they've always been sort of fickle when it comes to whether they're good or bad. But as you said before, not every Vaesen is bad, and in this moment, you're not feeling that.
Curious.
I'm going to keep following the laughter then. As much as I distrust the Fae, I feel good about this one.
Do we want to send some people to the lake and some people to the woods?
Yeah, I'm going to continue to follow the mayor.
As you follow the mayor, you realize that the lake is sort of like adjacent to this homestead. The reason for that is you see a sheep, a lamb, in fact, kind of like bleeding, bleeding with a T, not bleeding, in front of you on the path, and it sort of goes like meh, and looks at you, and sort of like scampers off towards, and you see in the background you see that its mother, and it kind of goes underneath to nurse, and it's almost very, very lovely. It's very peaceful. The path next to the Coke, I hate you. The path next to the lake is very serene. The lake is very still, almost like a mirror. You can see the sky. It's a beautiful, like as the morning starts to crest, the sun starts to crest above the trees, you can see the glistening sparkle of the still lake beside you. And you see more sheep, more chickens, a few ducks, a couple horses as you approach the cabin next to the lake.
What was that?
That wasn't me. So, so the mayor sort of gestures out and he says, Anders is just there. He is actually expecting you. I made the trek this morning to let him know that you could be receiving company. He could be receiving company later. Very nice fellow. He is a widower, so just be mindful. His wife unfortunately passed to disease several years ago.
Yes, I will be very sympathetic.
Laszlo kicks on the door. All right, old man.
FBI, open up!
Listen.
Oh my god! Eric, thank you for the raid! A party of 19, hello!
Yay!
Welcome,
Hey,
Raiders.
hello!
Hey, Eric,
Welcome,
what
Raiders.
Are you doing? I'm sure you were doing, I'm gonna shout you out, and I'm sure you were doing GTA. That's my guess. Haha! Fuck yeah. Welcome, everybody. We're playing Vaesen. Yeah, so, he kind of steps aside and allows you for it to pass.
Anders Svensson.
Oh dear.
I holler from across the way at him.
Oh, no. And
Town cheesemonger, I assume.
you hear nothing at first, and then you hear a sort of like clamoring of furniture, like wood against wood, and the door kind of kick open. And there is a man with a very like floppy straw cap and a kind of disheveled beard, a Henley shirt with like the buttons like half like disheveled, the neck like very stretched out, some trousers, old Wellingtons with like just mud caked on them. And he sort of like looks over at you with his hand covering to protect himself from the glare of the sun against the lake. And he says, are you the society? The ones in the tower?
Yes, you should. I believe you're expecting us.
Yes, of course. I've been running around all morning. Come. Welcome to my humble homestead. Just be aware the ducks like to run out in front of the feet. They think that they can get away with being absolute dicks, but they cannot. And he like waggles a finger at like one of them. He's like, Harriet, I'm looking at you. Welcome.
Thank you.
And who am I speaking with? I heard you were city folk, so I could tell by the way you're dressed, no offense, it's much more expensive than this.
That's okay. Laszlo Moriarty at your service. And this is who's with me?
I'm with August.
Natalia would have followed close behind just to make sure that you're not doing anything ridiculous, which you are, but...
And this is my esteemed associate, Natalia.
Yes, it is wonderful to meet you.
Here at your service.
Yes, and the other two?
Are not here.
Out looking for laughter.
Ah. Oh, I see by the... please do not kick the lamb. She was born 2 days ago. I don't
Our
think they heard me.
associates don't kick lambs. They're not sheep kickers. Don't worry about that.
The last ones were. It was a thing.
Well, that is upsetting.
It is
Why
really.
would they kick the lambs?
I don't know. There were no Vaesen here, so I don't know why they were here. Except maybe the GM just had too much to drink and fucked up. But retconning that, please come in.
So, have you seen anything weird lately? Just get right down to the point.
Well,
Right down to the nitty gritty. What's something
Last
peculiar
one's
that
a
you've
fuck
seen?
around. FBI, open up!
FBI, open up!
What weird shit's going down out here, old man?
Oh my god.
We're
Well,
professionals.
No. I mean, not... Besides the lights and the laughter, nothing really out of the ordinary over here.
Nothing.
I've had a new lamb 2 days ago. One of my horses had a respiratory infection. One of my ducks had a splinter in their foot, and I had a goat faint for a minute longer than I would like, but other than that, nothing. All normal homestead issues.
Tell me about your cheese.
Oh, my goat, my goat cheese, that it is revered in the hamlet. I sort of wish I lived closer to a city where I could expand, maybe franchise, but alas, I am in the middle of nowhere, and I only have 4 goats that can that I can milk for the cheese. I do believe very much, despite what anybody says, that a rigorous exercise regimen creates a hearty cheese. Have you tried it? I have samples.
I have tried it.
It is, I don't want to toot my own horn, but it is bitchin'.
It is a fine goat cheese.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. What are you here for exactly besides, are you here for the children?
Yes. That's why I asked you if anything weird has been happening lately.
I told you about all of my animal mishaps, but not about the children. I don't actually know any of the children. I live out here. But my heart and thoughts and prayers go out to them. Other than that, it's just business as usual out here in the backwoods, so to speak.
So the children never came by to see the animals, or
Oh, they always do when they're around. But I've had the goats have been a bit shy because of the lights. Recently, the sheep as well. Chickens don't give a shit, so they just sort of wander where they can. Besides my stabled horse, the other one sort of wanders, and the children like to pet its nose. It's very soft, very velvet. Other than that, I haven't really seen. I've seen the children come to visit, and then they leave, and I go back to my work, and I don't really pay them much attention. As long as they're not throwing rocks at the animals, I don't really mind.
And do they go near your lake at all?
I mean, the lake is here. They know, all of them know how to swim. I think. I don't really pay much attention to them going towards the lake. They just come to visit, they play, and then they go home at curfew. Most recently, I haven't really paid much mind to the past.
Understood. Well, do you mind if we take a look around?
Please. I've just finished a fresh batch of cheese has been cultured. If you'd be interested in a snack while you investigate. I have tea on as well, but otherwise it's just... Please, I have nothing to hide, and your home is my home, or whatever they say.
Well, I am always up to sample fine cheese, but I believe my friend here looks at Laszlo, has all the questions. I am going to go look, take a peek around, see if our companions found anything with the laughter.
Of course.
Laszlo, just call if you need.
Yes, of course.
August, where are you
And-
going?
Wherever the laughter leads me.
Okay. I don't know if Christina's back. Are you back, Coke? No. Okay. So we'll go... Well, I'll start with Laszlo then, because it seems that you will probably be kind of closest to the homestead.
You walk with me down to this lake and tell me a little bit of history about it.
Oh, of course. Oh, this homestead is, I'm the 4th generation. My father acquired it from his grandfather, acquired it from his father, or from my
I
grandfather.
actually looked at your family tree
Oh,
last night.
excellent. I
Not a
don't
lot
feel...
of branches.
Yeah, no. My wife could not bear children, and her mother could not bear children. My mother could not bear children. Their mother could not bear children. Maybe that's why I stay on the outskirts, because I only contribute my cheese to the community.
So everyone in your family is barren.
Besides me and my father and his father. Just one son. Again, the person that's writing my dialogue is also pretty blitzed out of their mind, so...
Natalia calls back. Where did the children come from?
It's me. I'm the children, and my father is the children.
Not how procreation works.
When a man and a woman love each other very much, and that's if we're adhering to the binary. But you know, gender is a construct around these parts. Fuck off, Chris. Keep moving.
It is interesting that your mother couldn't bear children, seeing as you're here.
But you're not.
Holy shit.
I hate it here. Alright. Anyways, just pretend that he says there's just one child. Whatever. Fuck off.
I thought I was onto a crazy mystery there for a second. It's like, I asked the right question, finally.
Oh my god, I'm literally gonna pee my pants.
I was like, do we have?
Okay.
Are there actually changes? Question mark.
Okay, family tree is just, it's very hard. It was very hard for their families to procreate. There's just like one everything. Every line.
Very hard.
Whatever. Yeah, thank you. Welcome back. Fuck! Anyways, Laszlo.
Just asking about the history of the lake
Oh, Jesus. Alright.
as we go down to the lake to investigate the lake. The main thing is I want to investigate the lake.
Right. Okay, I want you to roll, logic and investigate.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, roll all
Is there a
27
way
of
to-
your dice. Yes, Emma.
I was gonna say, is there a way to help with this? Because
Oh, yeah, you're going
Natalia
to-
was also going to investigate the lake.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I did roll 4 6s.
Roll the same.
Okay, investigate.
Logic.
Logic. So that's 5. Nothing for me.
Okay. As you move down to the lake, so the homestead, the house, like the actual house, the cabin, is a little bit up the hill. Because I can't think of like a visual for you, think Chris, like halfway up from the end of Helen and Lindy's driveway is about the distance
Okay.
of this cabin. So you go down this very short distance, there's a hill, you could see the lake, and as you kind of go through the smaller trees, and it opens up to the lake, it is very still. There's a very light breeze, but it's not enough to create an ebb and flow of the lake. There's a slight glisten as the smallest of waves sort of crest and sparkle in the sunlight of the new morning. And Natalia, even with 0 successes, you could still see what's happening in front of you. It's a very calm, peaceful area. And as you stop and pause to listen, the cheesemonger also pauses and sticks his hands in his trousers, and he sort of like rocks back on his heels. And you can tell that there's a sort of almost ethereal piece to it. This could, for you, Natalia, this could just be a matter of just rural life, living in the middle of nowhere. There's a sort of peace and solitude that is very easy to embrace. Laszlo, you notice that the animals that kind of like walk around, because they're free range, all of the animals, they don't the path, the dirt, the natural path that goes up to the cabin that is alongside of the lake, they don't actually go past it. They stay on the path or they go to the other side and they kind of wander. They don't really go to the lake. Now that could be because animals, domesticated animals, find danger in water sources that are bigger than something that they could perceive. But with your 4, you're sort of feeling uneasy about the lake. It's not enough to feel distrustful of the water, and you didn't actually see Natalia or Christina in their exchange earlier. But it's almost like it's theatrically peaceful.
I'm gonna lean down, squatting at the edge of the lake, and I'm just gonna ask, do the animals drink from the lake?
I mean, I provide the water from the lake, but I bring it up to their stable. There's nothing infecting the lake, if that's what you mean. They don't have worms or any sort of disease or anything like that. I understand that the lake was creating a blight on this year's harvest and last year's, but it wasn't affecting my animals. They are as healthy as a horse.
Interesting.
Even the horse.
Even the horse.
Is there an area on the lake that runs off into a creek or anything that I can see?
Yeah. You know from the books, from the map that you had, the south side of the lake goes down and runs into a creek that's sort of like they have been able to manually kind of redirect into the like an irrigation system into the crops. But other than that, that is a man-made system. The other water source is just a creek isolated underneath the bridge.
I am going to kind of stroll that way and walk down that area just to kind of get a feel for everything.
Okay.
See it with my own eyes. And I'll invite you're more than welcome to walk with me if you have any more information to give.
He sort of looks over at Natalia to see what she's doing, but before we go to there, I want to check with August and Christina really quick. August, what are you doing?
I don't know. Where does the laughter lead me to? Towards
So,
the lake, or
as you followed the laughter down the path, it just sort of dissolves, and you sort of find yourself kind of off the path on the other side of the lake. So there's the lake, the path, the rest of the woods, and you sort of find yourself in the middle of the woods, and it doesn't feel ominous. It just feels like it just naturally ends. And you look over and you see, like, you know, a couple chickens, you see a couple sheep, you see some squirrels, some birds. Everything seems to be in order. It doesn't seem that they were leading you anywhere, but that they just naturally just retreated.
okay, I want to look around and see if there's any place that looks out of the ordinary.
Sure.
Where the natural underbrush has been disturbed, or digging, or anything like that.
Do vigilance and logic.
Okay, 6 dice. One success.
And what exactly are you trying to find? Something that's out of the ordinary?
I'm I'm looking for where these children are buried, or lost, or captured.
Roll one more d6 for your journalist talent.
Okay. Same.
Actually, what's your automatic writing? Like, what is that? Is that like medium writing?
Great question.
It could be whatever you want. Like, what do you think it would be?
Oh, like how does it work?
Yeah.
I would say that the writing appears on the page, almost like it's written from the other side of the paper,
Okay.
inside the paper.
Okay. So you sit down in the middle of the woods. And you close your eyes. There's a that lamb that you all saw kind of comes up to you and sniffs your shoulder and then leaves. And you hear the birds in the sky and the kind of like the new day start. And I want you to roll that whole pool again.
Okay.
Fuck rules. And we're gonna do something different.
6 dice, but you said I got an extra one for my journalist?
Yes.
So 4, 7. Okay, be good. 1 success.
Okay. You only needed one. So you sort
That's
of
good.
like you have this sort of from working with the group in the past, you've sort of leaned into, especially with the influence of Natalia, you've leaned into this sort of like centering of yourself. And it's sort of created this skill of yours to write what comes from within with the influence of outside of you. And as you sit in the middle of the woods and you have the journal in your lap and you have the pen poised ready to go, you listen to the fading laughter, and you also can hear the split of the Fae and the children. And they are in your ear, and then your pen starts to move. And you close your eyes and you sort of scribble. You don't understand what's going to be written, but you know that you are creating words. It's not just anything. And you let that feeling sort of consume you for a little bit. You relinquish yourself to the sound of the lapping of the lake and the bleating of the lamb and the chirping of the birds and the whispering of the wind and the fading laughter of the lights. And when you open your eyes, you look down at the words that you've written. And all it says is save them. And you feel the weightlessness start to take over. And it feels like you're underwater. And your eyes roll in the back of your head. And you start to take on water in your lungs. But you can still breathe. It's just wet. And you feel tired, but you feel alive, but you also feel like you're fading. And the world around you starts to vignette into darkness. Until you hear the bleating of the lamb again, and a soft, cool muzzle press into your shoulder. And that vignette sort of expands back out, and the light comes back in, and the laughter fades into silence. And all you hear are the birds, and the lapping of the lake, and the bleating of the lamb, and the whistling of the wind. And Christina, you were nearby. What were you doing during this time?
Mainly as before, keeping an eye on it.
You notice that August was experiencing the same sort of feeling that Natalia was experiencing, minus the water coming out of his mouth. And as he intakes a deep breath of oxygen and comes back to reality, you're standing beside him.
Yeah, that would have been. As soon as I saw him starting to go to that place, I would have started to maneuver to try to get him out, like I did with her. And the lamb beat me to it. And they'll sort of lean over and peer down at the book. You'd think they would give us better information, save them.
And
Yeah, that's what August would probably, like gasp for air, reach up and grab Christina. It says we have to save them.
And that's where we're going to end this episode.
Oh man, I love it.
I'm so excited. Yay.
Yes.
This definitely needs a part 2. For sure.
Well,
So good.
we gotta solve the mystery.
I mean,
Yeah.
obviously.
Laszlo's already solved it. But...
Yeah, of course.
I mean, Laszlo would know. He's just waiting for us to catch up.
He's
like,
back at the tavern.
Right.
So he's still out. He's confirming his hypothesis.
Right.
Of course.
It's elementary, you see.
That's one of my abilities that I didn't use. I almost used, but
Well, you'll be able to.
Oh,
next
is that
time.
an ability actually?
yes, it's one of my abilities.
That's dope.
Where I can make the GM explain the link between 2 clues.
Oh, that's really good for next episode. I love that. I'm
That's
glad he
pretty
didn't
dope,
use it this
actually.
time. So, how did you all like it? Do you have questions? Was anything kind of like weird or whatever? Because I was drunk.
No, you did a great job. You did great.
No, you did awesome.
Fuck yeah.
You were
this was
fine.
excellent.
Oh, thank you. You all
Excellent.
were great. I love this table so much.
Yeah, it was fun. It was very fun. I want y'all to know that, like, I didn't go in planning on being Laszlo from What We Do in the Shadows.
Oh, but I'm glad you did.
It was
though.
just that. It was just the same name, and then I did something, and then
It sucked. It happened.
I did
Listen,
something.
Sometimes the role finds you.
I took an edible.
Yeah, of course. As you should.
And then I couldn't stop myself.
Werewolf of
That's what
Dracula.
happened. I just became Laszlo.
Let the
can't
werewolf
believe
of
you made that
Dracula flow
canon.
through you, and you two will become Laszlo in time. We
TOS.
are all Laszlo.
It's so good.
But it happened, and I'm glad that it did.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
As are we all.
Oh my god. Y'all are
Thank
so
you for
great.
sticking with us through this chaos, audience.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
Chat
Absolutely.
exists. Hey, chat.
it was
Hey, chat. I
great.
forgot that you were here.
Yeah, and thank you
My
for
bad,
the
chat.
and thank you for the
Hey,
raid.
Thanks for sticking with us.
That was really fun. I'm really happy, and
Yes, we love
we'll
raiders.
talk about it for a few minutes after the raid. But we're gonna start a raid. We're gonna raid them filth goblins. They are playing Legend of Zelda: Tears of the Kingdom, and if you don't know, they are a couple of himbo husbands, and I love them both. So, fucking love them.
I think Aaron's
Anyways.
internet is drunk too.
Yeah, my
Okay,
inter-
I'm glad it's
Okay,
not just me.
I'm
No,
glad
it
it's
was
not
me.
just
It was me.
I was scared it was my internet. I was like, oh no, it's again.
Fuck
It's
off.
it again.
All right. Bye, everybody. Bye.